Haha! Hello! It's Wednesday. How are we all doing, gang? What's good, what's good, what's good? Welcome in, everybody. All these early burlies. Hello, hello, hello. We got Cynthia, we got Shafiq, we got Pat Potato, we got Garden of Delete. We got Jibby Dibby, Aslan Silver, Cynthia Citrus. We got that Lulu Nade. We got Gay Hawk. We got Boop the Chaos Entity. We got Ludo Nah. And Ludo, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. And that is a raid from Thursh. Oh my god. Thursh, thank you so much for the raid. What is going on? Okay, I'm here. I'm high. I'm not high. I'm here. How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh my god. Gang, please go and show some love to Thursh. I saw you streaming today. I saw you and I was wondering what you were up to. You were doing some art, weren't you? How was your stream? Welcome in. Go follow Thursh, everybody. She's an absolutely phenomenal streamer. Long time no see. How you doing? Red Nazella, hello, welcome in. Let me turn this down a bit more, actually. It's a bit loud. It's just a bit loud there. Louisad King, hello. And Sam Sphinx, Tommy Guns, hello. Gang, if you're not... Whoa! Oh my god, Ludo, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Boop and Louisad King. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, your sub badges, and your emotes, gang. Welcome in. How are you all doing? Finally feeling better. We could continue writing scripts for some YouTube trans content I want to do at some point this year. Oh my god, Cynthia, fucking do it. Incredibly excited, incredibly based to hear that. Cool. Folks, if you're just coming in from Thursh's stream, welcome in. This is the perfect time for you to get here. It's the start of my stream. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I do React Andy content. I also do Soulsborne content, like speedrunning and stuff. My pronouns are he, him, and yeah, we just started the stream. I got a bunch of content out for you today. Master of the Art, hi, how are you doing? Welcome in. Doing good, finishing up on your last essay for the college year? Hell yeah, good to hear it. Doing a bit of painting, have your final year painting exhibition coming up. The best time to get back into streaming, of course. Yeah, great to see you. Thank you for the beard compliment. Yeah, it's getting pretty crazy. It's getting pretty crazy. I've got like a fucking comb for it and everything now. Absolute madness. But yeah, I've got a cool stream lined up for you today, gang. We're going to be looking at the news. So we're getting the doom and gloom out of the way first. Then I've got a couple of video essays from YouTube leftist content creators to watch and react with you. Very excited. We're going to be checking out a video by a YouTuber that I've not seen before. But I believe they are pretty fucking cool. It's a video on the decommodification of music, which is really interesting. I'm a music grad, if people didn't know. I studied music at university, music tech, to be precise. So very excited to check that out. And then later on, we're going to be watching more Goblin videos. It's more Goblin time, that's right. I promised you all a Goblin stream yesterday, and I did not deliver, so here it is. Today, we've got more Goblin content to watch. Very excited. Very excited. Thank you so much, everybody who turned out to the YouTube premiere today for my video that came out today. It sucked. I know the premiere. I don't know what happened. Like, YouTube was throttling it or something, so it just kept buffering for everybody. Someone was there in the chat saying that it was an actual, like, back-end thing rather than anything to do with people watching the stream and, like, the quality and stuff. So, yeah, absolutely sucks. But you could go and check out my new video if you check out my YouTube channel, which is in the socials. Everything's all consistent across pretty much every platform now, apart from Instagram, where everything is, everything is just djmuel, spelt as it is on the stream now. So you can just check me out on YouTube at djmuel. Yeah, YouTube was being so shy. So shy. But speaking of Aslan, please go and show some love to Aslan Silver. Streaming some Elden Ring at the minute. A very cool streamer, very good friend. Cynthia says was script writing about a German trans legislation, and when I was almost done, our government announced they're finally going to work on more pro-trans legislation. Fuck your work schedule, but it's awesome nonetheless. Well, you could maybe, like, you know, fit that into the video somehow. I don't know. That could be a cool just little way to be like, oh shit, this is actually something that's happening now instead. I don't know. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, this is kind of why, you know, with my streaming schedule, I just want to make content that is very, like, you know, it's topical, and I make the videos really short. So then it's, you know, hopefully nothing changes in between the time that I make it and the time that it comes out. It's like Tim, Conquest of Dread, who is one of my co-hosts on Red Planet. His new video essay is on manufacturing consent, and he keeps saying that he keeps having to change it because loads of stuff keeps changing every fucking week. So yeah, it absolutely sucks when that happens. So totally empathize with you. Hey, Quiliful, what's going on? Another phenomenal streamer in the chat. Please go and show some love to Quill. How are you doing, Quill? How's your day going? What are you up to? You're gonna finish the Bloodborne SE today, even if it kills you. I want to see you dropping that in the Discord when you've done that, Gay Hawk. That'd be cool. Can't wait to see that. Rain Trigger, how are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Right. Okay. I was late today. I've had a big ADHD day. Woke up this morning. Oh boy, my brain was like, I don't want to get out of bed. You don't want to get out of bed, bro. So I've basically just been doing nothing all day. Just been kind of like staring at social media. Completely ironic that I did my video on doomerism, and there's a bit in the video that legit talks about how you need to get off social media. So it was super ironic that I was legit today just like glued to Twitter. I've been posting today, and yeah, it sucks, but we're cracking on with the stream. We're doing it. What have I got for you? Well, first thing I've got to show you is this. Some phenomenal meme art from the delightful Lucia Everblack. Please go and show some love to Lucia. She is, honestly, one of the most wonderful beings. One of the most wonderful beings that you will ever see. Yeah, she knocked this up for me today. It's funny as fuck. It's funny as fuck for like multiple reasons. It's got the weed leaf in the background. Obviously, it's Weed's birthday today, so happy birthday, Weed. And also, like, the city in the background is London. I don't know if she knows that I'm not from London. I think she does know that I'm not from London. But she just put that in there anyway. But it's just funny as fuck. I love it. I love it so much. It's hella funny. Oh, fucking funny. Brain says no is frustrated. It was Brain says no day today. Yes. Rain Trigger says, can I suggest a Twitter account to react to later? Do you know what? I've got a lot of stuff to react to already today. But if you want to get in the Discord, I think you are already in the Discord, aren't you, Rain Trigger? If you want to stick it in suggestions for stream, I think it's like, what's the channel called? People barely post in there. It's called Video Suggestions for Stream. But you could just post whatever you want in there. Like if it's like a YouTube, if it's like a Twitter account you want me to look at, or like some images or a Reddit thread or something, you could just put that in there. I'm actually going to change this to, let me just edit it real quick. I'm just going to call it Content Suggestions for Stream. And you could just stuff shit in there. Stuff it all in there. Hey, Lady Horatio, what's going down? Welcome in. How you doing? You need to post in my Discord more? Discord scare you? It's okay. You don't need to post in there more, but it's, I think it would be cool if I could get, like, everybody to post in there, like, a plate, like, just in one place, you know? So that we can, you know, collate it all together. I think that'd be pretty dope. Right, gang. Brace yourself. It's fucking news time. Oh, Nelly, it is news time. So we're going to be logging on to Democracy Now!, the YouTube channel, and we're going to be having a look at what's going down in the world. You're doing great. You had your booster shot. Holy shit, wait, what do you mean booster shot? How many shots have you had now? Joining new Discords always spikes my anxiety. Yeah, it can be a little fucking stressful when you get involved in a new Discord and such. I get that. I totally get that. Oh, so you've had 3. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I had my 3rd in, like, January. I wonder if we're going to get another booster shot in the UK. I doubt it, to be honest. I fucking doubt it a lot. All right. We're going into the politics category. It's spooky. It's scary. Shafiq, be on alert. You're in so many Discords. I clean out the amount of Discords that I'm in regularly. And then I rejoin them and shit when I get embarrassed because, you know.
Welcome to Democracy.
It's one of them things, isn't it? Sometimes you're just like, why did I leave? Why did I leave this Discord? What's up with me? Why am I like that? Hey, Plink, what's going on? Okay, here we go. Oh, shit, I didn't even check and see if we had encoding options today. Oh, we do. Okay, that's good. That's good, that's good. Holy shit. Hey, Tajan, how you doing? 4 is only being offered to the vulnerable in the UK. You don't even have 4 being offered in Ireland at all? Holy shit. Oh, hey, AM, what's going on? Welcome in. Yo, go follow AM from Texas, everybody. Let's get a shout out for AM, please, Shafiq. All right. It's news time.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United Nations Refugee Agency says 5 million people have fled Ukraine since the start of Russia's invasion.
5 million?
Another 7 million people are displaced inside Ukraine. Russia.
How many fucking... 5 million? How many people live in Ukraine? I know it's a big country. Ukraine population. Oh, shit, they got like 44 million people there. 5 million.
Has rejected a call from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for a 4-day ceasefire. He'd called for the fighting to stop as Orthodox Christians in Russia and Ukraine prepare to mark Easter this Sunday.
Instead of celebration of a new life, this Easter coincides with the Russian offensive in eastern Ukraine. The intense concentration of forces and firepower makes this battle inevitably more violent, bloody, and destructive. The onslaught and terrible toll on civilians we have seen so far could pale in comparison to the horror that lies ahead. This cannot be allowed to happen.
Yeah, we saw the mobile cremation furnaces that were being hauled around by Russian troops. I think that was last week that we looked at that. You know, I think there's a lot of blindness to Eastern Europe in general. A lot of Eastern Europe is not considered part of the European core. It's kind of considered more of like a frontier and stuff, which really sucks, you know. I talk about that a little bit in today's video, this week's video. And I think, you know, I really didn't know. I'll hold my hands up right there that I really didn't know that Ukraine was such a big country. And it sucks. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, anything that happens to any country, like what's happening to Ukraine sucks. But for sure, like, it's, yeah, a bit mad. A bit fucking mad, innit?
Guterres was speaking in front of the knotted gun sculpture at the United Nations. This comes as Russian forces escalate shelling in eastern Ukraine in an attempt to capture the entire Donbas region. In the besieged southeastern city of Mariupol, Ukrainian forces and civilians remain holed up in a massive steel plant while Russia controls the rest of the city. Russia had set a deadline for all troops to lay down their arms today, but the deadline passed with the Ukrainian forces remaining inside. Meanwhile, an agreement has been reached to allow women, children, and elderly people to escape Mariupol through a humanitarian corridor. In other developments, the Biden administration is expected to announce a new $800 million military package for Ukraine, including artillery as well as anti-armor.
Just like, yeah, I know that they're being invaded and it fucking sucks, but it's like that whole, like, yeah, you know, women are allowed to, you know, get the fuck out and stuff, and it's like, they're just conscripting people. They're not giving any man an option. as to whether they want to fight in the fucking war or not. They're just like, no, you gotta stay and fight. Sorry. It's so fucked what they're doing to people regarding that. I hate this issue so much because it's such a nuanced, big issue. Yeah, I can't really have like a hot take on it. You know what I mean? It's just fucked all around, you know? I think the best take to have is like no claw but class war. But honestly, it just sucks all around. I'm feeling so bad for like people who don't want to fight. You know, are going to be forced to fight, essentially. And I know that's happening in Russia as well. 1,000%.
An anti-air.
Where is all this fucking money going? Where's it all fucking going?
Equipment. As the West funnels weapons to Ukraine, the New York Times has revealed it's uncovered evidence that Ukrainian forces fired banned cluster munitions in at least one town during its fight with Russian forces. The weapons.
Oh, it's transphobic as hell as well. Yeah, for sure. I imagine it is. Absolutely. I imagine it is, definitely. Hey, Acton. Hey, Thora. What's going on?
They're banned under the Convention on Cluster Munitions, though Ukraine, Russia, and the United States never signed the treaty.
Oh.
A prominent Russian banker who was recently sanctioned by the British government has called for an end to what he describes as, quote, this insane war. Oleg Tinkov, who now lives outside Russia, claimed 90% of Russians are against the war. Tinkov.
Yeah, he's right. Like, this guy is absolutely fucking right. He you know, the majority of people in Russia do not give a fuck about. They don't want the war. They don't want it to be happening. It sucks. Russia has arrested so many people who've protested the war. It's so fucked.
Made the comments in an Instagram post. He wrote, quote, "Dear collect."
This reminds me, do you know the channel Lonerbox? He covered Russell Brand talking about Ukraine. That was very good. Yes, I know Lonerbox. Lonerbox, who said that Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't a white supremacist and made excuses for the fact that he murdered people. Yep, I know that channel. Definitely won't be supporting him. Just, that's all I'm going to say.
Of West, please give Mr. Putin a clear exit to save his face and stop this massacre. Please be more rational and humanitarian, he said. The World Food
Lonerbox is a piece of shit. Yeah, don't support that guy.
Program's warning 20 million people could go hungry in the Horn of Africa because of a massive drought and rising fuel and food prices due to the war in Ukraine.
Consent in Russia is so manufactured, it's crazy. Yeah, 1,000%, 1,000%. Same in the imperial core as well, right? You know, that's how governments, you know, get away with these fucking actions all the time. I love that nations could just decide war crimes aren't real. They could do whatever the fuck they want to people they're at war with. Right, exactly, yeah. Exactly. Smutty Baba Yaga says, I'm a possum tier patron. Can I join the Discord? Yeah, absolutely. You should just be able to join the Discord anyway. As a patron. Like, I think that you have like a link that you can, you know? You have a link that you could go follow for that.
Last week, the UN projected 350.
Hey, Harambe, what's going on? Sanctions only hurt working people, but appeal to libs and their nonsense. Right. That's true as well, yeah.
50,000 children in Somalia could die of starvation in the coming months if the world doesn't act quickly.
Holy
the UN has been
shit.
trying to raise $1.5 billion for its Somalia humanitarian response plan, but so far it's only been able to raise about 4% of that total.
This is so fucked. This is so fucking fucked.
A British judge has ordered the extradition of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to the United States.
Hey, Spud, what's going on? Consent anywhere that's imperial is manufactured, includes the core Russia, China. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Somalia is somehow getting fucked over more. Yeah, absolutely. Like, they're seeing the effects of climate change. So, of course, the governments of the world don't want to know, especially in the imperial core. You know, I touch on this as well in my video that I, you know, released today. I don't want to, you know, big myself up too much or anything, but, you know, it's not about me. It's just about sort of like, you know, how this all ties into the way that the governments are going to make us hate climate migrants and climate refugees, you know. There's also the war that's going on in Somalia. It's not just climate change, but it's, you know, that's certainly a factor in all this as well.
States, where he faces 175 years in prison. The final decision on Assange's extradition will now be made by the UK Home Secretary.
Hey, S. Jane, how you doing?
Amnesty International's Simon Crowther spoke outside the courthouse prior to today's ruling.
Julian Assange is being prosecuted for espionage, for publishing sensitive material that was classified, and if he is extradited to the US for this, all journalists around the world are going to have to look over their shoulder, because within their own jurisdiction, if they publish something that the US considers to be classified, they will face the risk of being extradited.
The Justice Department is holding off on appealing a federal judge's ruling that struck down the Biden administration's mask mandate for travelers. On Tuesday, the Justice Department said it would...
Yeah, the justice system is so fucked for Julian Assange, you know. It's like, well, you know, the Julian Assange thing is something that you can, like, fully... People get it a little twisted, because obviously Julian Assange, 100% definitely a rapist. But one thing that you've got to remember is that if he does get released from prison on the charges of him being, you know, a threat to the state or whatever, then that's a good thing. That is actually unironically a good thing. He should, of course, be charged for rape and stuff. But, you know, that's the nuanced take, right? That's the nuanced take.
Appeal only if the CDC decides a mask mandate is still needed. On Tuesday, President Biden declined to urge passengers to continue wearing masks on planes.
Oh, this was fucking crazy. This was crazy. Did you all hear about this? This was like a bunch of people who were like flying in the air. Like, imagine, I just can only imagine what it would be like if you're disabled and immunocompromised on that flight, right? When apparently they just got word from the tower where it was like, oh yeah, mask mandates, they're gone now. And everybody just fucking took their masks off and cheered and had champagne and shit on the plane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
Should people continue to wear masks on planes?
That's up to them. Would you like to appeal the ruling, or the ruling that the judge made striking down
so
the
fucking weird.
I haven't spoken to the CDC yet.
In Sri Lanka, mass protests are continuing as the nation faces dire shortages of food, fuel, and medicine. On Tuesday, one protester died after Sri Lankan...
Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, I heard about the Sri Lankan stuff. There's a bunch of nepotism going on in there. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Okay, someone tell me what that means in Latin, please. Are you and Sophie football fans? I would donate for you to watch a derby. I'm not a football fan. I don't know about Sophie.
Police opened fire on protesters in the city of Rambukkana. 12 protesters were reportedly hospitalized. Protesters are calling for Sri Lanka's president to resign.
Voice of the people, voice of God. Yeah, that's bad vibes. See you later.
We can't make ends meet. We have no electricity. We don't have gas.
Extremely rancid vibes. If you're not a piece of shit, send me an unban request. That's fine. But someone who has to ban people frequently for using Latin in ways like, you know, Deus Vult in my fucking Twitch channel, like, maybe just consider like having a bit of a different name. You know, just consider that. You know, just a little bit. You know,
the price of rice has skyrocketed. We can't make ends meet, so we have no choice but to go on the streets. We took to the streets to throw this government out.
Is that wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that, chat? Am I wrong?
The Solomon Islands has signed...
By the way, I want to listen to what that guy was saying.
In Sri Lanka, mass protests are continuing as the nation faces dire shortages of food, fuel, and medicine. On Tuesday, one protester died after Sri Lankan police opened fire on protesters in the city of Rambukkana. 12 protesters were reportedly hospitalized. Protesters are calling for Sri Lanka's president.
So in case you don't know what is going on in Sri Lanka, there's basically a bunch of nepotism involved in the government. Basically, they just give jobs to their family, you know? So basically, they're like, the prime minister is given like a job in the energy sector to his brother or something, and then like, you know, people hated the prime minister, so like he stepped down, but then the position was given to like his cousin and shit. I don't know if it's like legit like that, but it's basically along those lines, in it, and it's so fucked. It's so fucked. So the people are obviously like, you know, living in poverty, suffering at the hands of like neoliberal capitalism and nepotism. And so they're just legit. They're like, oh, okay, we're gonna protest. We're gonna protest against you fuckers, and the military is cracking down on them. Sucks. Not in this day and age. You were tense to know about that one too. Okay, good to know I made a good call. It's the nom de plume of a right-wing chud who made a big mess in sci-fi fandoms. Oh, is that right? Oh, I did not know.
To resign.
We can't make ends meet.
I agree, Plink.
No,
I agree. I agree, Sam.
We don't have gas. The price of rice has skyrocketed. We can't make ends meet. So we have no choice but to go on the streets. We took to the streets to throw this government out.
The Solomon Islands has signed a security deal with China, sparking criticism from the United States, Australia, and New Zealand.
Oh, the fucking AUKUS shit. It fucking stresses me out so much. Of course, the AUKUS coalition is going to be mad that Anywhere has, like, you know, decided to have an agreement with China. God fucking damn it. I can't stand this horrific global imperialism. It's actually like, you know, not to sound like a chud, but it's actually 1984. It's actually 1984. You know? Like, the three big, whatever it is in 1984, the three big coalitions all fighting against each other, you know? Oh, fuck my entire life. Western hegemony feeling nervous, right. That's exactly what's going on. Also, good evening, Semiotic. Hope you're doing good.
The text of the deal has not been released, but leaked documents indicate it could allow China to send troops and naval ships to the Pacific Island nation where a key battle in World War II was fought. Solomon Islands Prime Minister Manasseh Sogavare spoke on Tuesday.
Let me assure the people of Solomon Islands that we entered into an arrangement with China with our eyes wide open, guided by our national interests. We have full understanding of the fragility of peace, and our duty as a state is to protect all people, their properties, and critical national infrastructures of the country.
The Biden...
I mean, that sounds fair. You know, I don't know much about the Solomon Islands, but, like, that sounds pretty fair, I gotta say.
Administration has expressed alarm over the deal and is sending 2 top officials to the Solomon Islands this week. The U.S. is also moving to reopen an embassy in the Solomon Islands.
Okay, this is extremely funny. It is actually extremely funny to hear that they're legit just like, oh shit, man, we gotta open an embassy right now. Fuck. I can't believe we slept on this. Holy shit. That's actually extremely funny.
State Department spokesperson Ned Price addressed the issue Monday.
That signing such an agreement could increase destabilization within the Solomon Islands, and will...
What do you mean? How can it increase destabilization within the Solomon Islands? They're literally projecting. Like clockwork. Yeah, sprinting over it, making a shack, putting a tent up and a big sign saying embassy. It's like cartoonish. It's actually cartoonish, isn't it? What the fuck?
Set a concerning precedent for the wider Pacific Island region.
And this is all projection. Because if, you know, places sign agreements with the US, then that does actually set a concerning precedent for the region. Because what are they going to use that country for? They're going to use it for military bases to, you know, basically say, this is our empire, essentially, you know?
In East Timor, Timor-Leste, the Nobel Peace Laureate José Ramos Horta has taken a commanding lead in Tuesday's presidential election over incumbent Francisco Luolo Guterres.
Is that one of the places they tested early nukes? I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Xenophobic projection. The US doesn't believe the Solomon Islands can govern themselves. Right. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And that, like, China would not be able to govern them either. 100%, I agree. US is doing a military occupation in Hawaii, right in the middle of the Pacific. Exactly, yeah, exactly.
With almost half of the votes counted, Ramos Horta has about 59% of the vote. José Ramos Horta previously led East Timor from 2007 to 2012. A Catholic diocese in southern New Jersey has agreed to pay $87.5 million to settle hundreds of sexual abuse claims dating back to the 1950s. The settlement comes 3 years after the Diocese of Camden, New Jersey, acknowledged 56 of its priests and 1 deacon had been credibly accused of sexual abuse.
And every single right-wing, conservative, evangelical Christian is calling queer and trans people groomers. New Jersey Diocese has access to 90 mil. That's how much money is in these fucking organizations that perpetuate abuse. You know? So fucked.
The U.S. Department of Education has announced changes to 2 student loan programs to fix what the department described as long-standing failures. With the changes, about 40,000 people will have their debts forgiven. Another 3.6 million borrowers will receive some credit toward their debts owed. The moves come as the Biden administration faces growing pressure to cancel all federal student debt. Student debt cancellation would give relief to some 45 million people who owe nearly $1.8 trillion in student loans.
This one is like a little fucked, this student loans thing, because it's like a lot of people have been asking the Biden administration to cancel student debt and stuff, and that's obviously, you know, what we want. But a lot of libs are going to be like, yeah, he did it. You know, but this is like nothing. Let's listen to that again real quick.
Education has announced changes to 2 student loan programs to fix what the department described as long-standing failures. With the changes, about 40,000 people will have their debts forgiven. Another 3.6 million borrowers will receive some credit toward their debts owed. The moves come.
So yeah, it's like what, 40,000 people are going to have their debts forgiven. This is not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. You know, that's not what people wanted. And that's not what Biden promised either. You know? Anime Jesus says that groomer calling thing is really fucked up. It's fucking me up. Yeah, it is super fucked up. It's super fucked up. I think it's important to remember, like, you know, as queer people, like, we've got to stick together in these times. And, you know, now more than ever, we need to show solidarity. Because it's just going to result, and it has resulted in more violence towards queer people. So, you know, stick together. Just remember that we will beat them. We beat them before. We'll beat them again. We'll keep beating them forever. They can't deny our existence forever, you know? Yeah, how is the Catholic Church allowed to exist in its current state? It's so fucked. Hello, Apple Chips, and hello, Kasona. How are you doing? Welcome in. How cozy is the stream? Not cozy at all. Not cozy in the slightest, just letting you know. We don't make excuses for fascists in here. We don't enable far-right chuds.
As the Biden administration faces growing pressure to cancel all federal student debt. Student debt cancellation would give relief to some 45 million people who owe nearly $1.8 trillion in student loans. New government data shows the United States has arrested more than 1 million migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border since October. It's the highest total.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see that person who'd said that Biden had arrested 1 billion migrants? They'd obviously seen this news and got the amount of zeros wrong. It was honestly the funniest fucking shit. God damn it.
In at least 20 years. Meanwhile, disturbing details have emerged about the death of a Mexican mother who died last week as she tried to cross into the United States.
1 trillion migrants,
yeah. Tried to climb over a 30-foot-high border fence near
a bajillion gorillion iPhone vuvuzela.
Arizona. but she choked to death after getting entangled in a climbing harness. Border authorities found her hanging upside down on the border fence.
That
One
is so
relative
fucked.
claimed Griselda.
This is fucking, you know, climate refugee shit as well. This is why they're being so harsh on refugees and asylum seekers in general. Because it's like they know that they've got the space for them in the countries that they're trying to get into. They're just trying to manufacture consent so that people are legitimately like, yeah, migrants, they're horrific people. Like, we don't, you know, owe them anything. They don't deserve to come here, etc., etc. So that basically, like, climate change gets ignored. That's what it's all about. It's all connected. So fucked.
Tried to cross the border with the help of coyotes, who then left her hanging once she got entangled. The U.S. Justice Department is considering taking control of the New York City jail complex at Rikers Island. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, has told a federal judge he's alarmed by the, quote, extraordinary level of violence and disorder at the jails, unquote.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's because you're, like, overcrowding prisons. You're, like, one of the biggest countries to like, you know, have the biggest prison population in the entire world. Maybe it's something to do with that, bro. Maybe, like, you know, smushing a bunch of people all together in super inhumane conditions like that is going to result in people being fucking violent. I don't know. It's just a theory.
In January, prisoners at Rikers staged a hunger strike to protest deplorable conditions inside, citing the rapid spread of COVID, inadequate heating, and a growing level of violence.
Yo, that's something that doesn't get talked about enough, I don't think. About how prisoners are going to be getting so much fucking COVID, right? Yeah, they just lock up people going through mental health crises in prison. Yeah, it's fucked. It's so fucked.
16 people have died at the jail last year. In news from Michigan, more details.
Whoa, what's going on here? Fuck off.
The police killing of Patrick Lyoya, a 26-year-old.
Can I show this? Is it going to show the stuff again? Is it going to show him getting shot? Okay, does it show him getting shot?
Congolese refugee who was shot dead after a traffic stop on April 4th. An independent autopsy has determined that the Grand Rapids police officer who killed him first pressed his gun against the back of Lyoya's head before shooting him. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump spoke at a press conference Tuesday.
Well, today, based on scientific evidence, we can confirm that Patrick Lyoya was shot in the back of his head. That is now scientific evidence of this tragic killing and what his family believes was an execution.
100%.
A federal judge in
33 to 55% of incarcerated people in the US are disabled. Yeah, I believe it, 100%. And of course, the overwhelming majority are black, Latino, you know, anyone that doesn't, you know, conform to cis-het, white, patriarchal paradigms and shit. Was there any doubt? No, it's just important for the trial. It's just important for the trial, innit, you know?
In Minnesota has sentenced a St. Paul man to a year in prison for threatening House Speaker Nancy Pelosi shortly after the January 6th insurrection. Meanwhile, the Donald Trump supporter...
Hold up. What's this?
Execution.
A federal judge in Minnesota has sentenced a St. Paul man to a year in prison for threatening House Speaker Nancy Pelosi shortly after the January 6th insurrection.
So, like, interesting how we've covered the Julian Assange shit, right? Interesting how we covered the Julian Assange shit who exposed human rights abuses by imperialist forces of America, right? And some guy that legitimately went to the fucking US Capitol building and attempted to murder people. He got a year in prison. This guy got a year in prison. But Julian Assange, 175 years. You can't even live that long. You can't even live that young. So some fucking chud just gets a year in prison. A year in prison.
Meanwhile, a Donald Trump supporter in Florida has pleaded guilty to federal charges. He threatened to kill Democratic Congressmember Ilhan Omar 3 years ago. And in labor news, workers at 5 Starbucks stores in Richmond, Virginia, have overwhelmingly voted to unionize.
Oh, hell yeah.
Sanders praised the news, tweeting, quote, "The movement of workers demanding dignity on the job wins again." And those are some of the headlines.
Yeah.
This is Democracy.
Let's fucking go.
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Mimi Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey. Hi, Juan.
No, we're not gonna. No, we've seen the news. We've seen the news. That's it. That's the news. The news is done. Ending it with some good stuff. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Fuck yeah, we love some unions. Hell yeah. That Libs of TikTok person was an insurrectionist too. Yeah, of course she was. She's a fucking real estate, whatever you call it, a realtor. Absolutely disgusting fucking individual. My store's been unsuccessful in unionizing, but continuing to see the Starbucks unionizing continue to grow gives you so much hope. Hell yeah. I mean, my advice, the thing is that if your store is consistently failing to unionize and stuff, what I would say is, I don't know. I know it's dead easy to just say, yo, get another job and stuff. I know it's really hard. But I would say, hell, I don't know. Speak to the IWW and see if they could give you any advice on how to help unionize your actual store, you know? Realtors are hella dumb. Got him. Uh-huh. Hey, Heltpay, how you doing? Okay. It's time for some video essays. We are gonna watch this really exciting one. I want to check this one out. This one looks really good. By someone called Fab Socialism. I think that this was recommended to me with one of the other video essays that we watched a couple of weeks ago. Can't remember who.
One thing I will say is that you need to be careful.
But this video is about decommodifying music. I've got a lot of opinions on this. So it's going to be really interesting to see exactly what Fab Socialism is saying. Decommodifying music. Fab Socialism. I don't know if there's going to be any content warning for this content. Hopefully it's going to be fairly good. I don't know. Oh, it's going to be good. I mean, like, it's going to be fairly cozy. Fairly cozy content, you know? Let's just get rid of that for now. But here it is, gang. Here's the time of the day. The time of the day for me to say to you, this is my only form of income here on Twitch. The bar down below, that is the April donor goal. That's the amount of money that I need to survive, to pay my rent, to pay my bills, all that kind of nonsense. If you want to see me succeed, if you want to see me live and survive to create content another day, please consider donating via the PayPal link that is in the chat. Thank you, Shafiq. Appreciate you. If we get to 700 quid this month, we're going to have a community day where we play Among Us and Phasmophobia together. We've already unlocked double feature movie night. That's happening on Sunday, just before Red Planet. It's going to happen in the Discord. Get involved. Anime Jesus, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Excellently timed. Prime subs are very much appreciated. Any sub is pretty much appreciated. But the reason that I ask you to do so off Twitch is because Twitch is not a safe platform for marginalized creators. They also take 50% of the money that you spend on the stream. And we are trying to make a bit of a statement by taking that income away from them. It feels powerful having your fate in our hands. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to give you, the people, the power in this stream, you know? But anyway, please consider donating off Twitch. If you can't afford, if you are not financially able to support the stream, off Twitch or anything like that. Don't worry about it. You could just retweet the go live tweet. Shafika's shoved that in the chat for us as well. You can retweet that. It doesn't matter if you've got 0 followers. The more engagement I get on that tweet, the more people see that I stream, the more people get interested and check out what's going on. So there you go. There's the spiel. I'll mention it again in a couple of hours. Now we're going to go and check out this video. Boom. Straight in there. Straight in there. Also 45-day delay still, or is that faster now? Wait, what are you talking about? Hey, Big Cub, thank you so much for being here. Don't worry about not being able to say hi. That's okay. You go look after yourself, please. Andrewism video just dropped as well. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, the Twitch payout? Well, the Twitch payout happens after 15 days. So that's fine. But it's also, like, incredibly hard for people in Europe. Whoa! Persona Fun, thank you so much for the 3 quid. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Really appreciate you. Gang, that means that we are at £483. We've only got another... Wait, what is that? 17? £217 to get to the April goal. And that's a pretty good place to be at when we're at the 20th of the month. You can make it monthly so I won't forget. Okay, sweet. Poggers. Wait, did that happen? Was that like a monthly donation that you just signed up to? Sick. Let's fucking go. Okay. Let's check out this video. Very excited to see what it's about. Let's dive right in.
Child, you know, one thing I will say is that you need to be careful who you sign your name on that dotted line to. A lot of people will tell you that when you get signed, you may have this idea about what you want to do, but then your team and the people, the powers that be,
they want money. They want to make money.
It's not hypocritical to critique capitalism while participating in it. In fact, we are critiquing capitalism largely because we are forced to participate in it in order to survive. Based! I'm glad I subbed to this channel. Let's fucking go. Gang, please go support Fab Socialism. Here is a link to the video in the chat. You know what to do. Get it playing alongside the stream, but mute it. Give him a like. Give him a comment. Give him a sub. Support the content creators that we watch here on the stream. Let's dive right in.
Hello everyone. So yes, we are going to be talking about decommodifying music. And I feel like music is a good place to start because there are very few people who don't like music. But I also think it's just really important for us to like really give some pieces on capitalism that's not tied explicitly to things that people find boring and people can relate to and see how things that they enjoy have been stifled because of money being the forefront. And
holy shit, I'm so glad that they're fucking saying this. Is Fab Socialism on Twitter? Let me see. Come on. I can't find let's have a look. I don't think... No. I don't think that Fab Socialism is on Twitter, sadly. But yeah.
And also being honest about some of the things, like some of the things that we enjoy that probably without this focus around money would not have been as big today. Who knows what amazing music we would have gotten if music has always been decommodified. We already know now what music we have, that because music is so commodified, what songs were able to come out of that we actually like, okay? So that's what me and Stephanie are going to try to do today. So here we go.
Hell yeah. I've honestly got like so much to say about how capitalism destroys art. You know, the way that, like, I'm sure that Fab Socialism is going to go into this, the way that basically studios, not really, it's not studios, it's record labels. Record labels are scared to sign new, interesting artists because they don't want to move away from a formula that makes them money. If they take a risk on an artist that's being like too out there, they could stand to lose money. And that sucks so much. It sucks so much. Yeah, good to see him free of that hell. Yeah, I agree.
We are broke as broke can be.
So basically, music as a commodity needs to change in order to be a sustainable career for people who are trying to make music. And I shouldn't even say career, but just it should be sustainable to create and live while pursuing your passions.
Smutty Baba Yaga, thank you so much for the 15 quid. Holy shit, thank you so much for the donor. Thank you so much for all the support this month. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. We're now at £498, gang. That's only another £202 to get to the fucking April goal. Let's fucking go.
In music. And then for the consumer, we should have ethical ways to consume music, you know, that isn't at the expense of culture and artists. In this video, Stephanie and I will explain why artists will continue to be exploited in the music industry and how as consumers we miss out on enjoying great creations because music is constantly gatekept and stifled due to prioritizing profit. And some careers involved in making music, also the legal issues artists find themselves in, and some ways consumers currently are enjoying music and how people have been able to make music on their own without the high budget of a record label.
I'm so here for this video.
Just imagine if we did not have a cost to live and we can all engage in what we enjoyed without the pressures of perfectly packaging it for consumption. Of course, there will always be competition and even greed of some sorts, but our livelihoods should not be determined by that. I wonder how many people would be interested in music like they are today if they could not use it as a tool to flaunt lavish things and prove that they are better than others. Would it still be important if it wasn't a way to distinguish that they're better than other people? Currently, most people who make music want their music to make money so they can live off creating something they are passionate about. However, many of us who have done things we are passionate about quickly can tell you it loses its essence and you start to change your art to mirror what will meet your cost to live. And
it's so fucking ridiculous, like, how obvious and blatant this is as well, because I recently went to look at, like, one of my friends from college, like literally met him at music college. I went to check out what music he was making nowadays because I know that he like, you know, fucked up a bunch of friendships with like other bandmates that he's had in the past and, you know, due to all sorts of personal problems and stuff. And I was like listening to the music that he was making now and the music he was making back in the day. And I was like, oh my God, dude, like he's so trying to sell out. He's desperate to sell out, but like no one's giving him money for it because even when you do sell out, it's incredibly hard to be a musician anyway. Even if you get out there making the most basic tunes that are similar to what they're making in the charts right now, it's incredibly hard to get noticed. There's a really good TikTok guy that I like, and I can't remember what his name is, but he basically talks about the myth of self-made musicians, and literally there is no such thing as a popular self-made musician, like someone that is surviving on their art. It just doesn't exist. It just simply doesn't exist. Hey Harley Quinn, how are you doing? You see the same thing with the fine arts. It's only since the capitalization of art that makes it some old fuddy-duddy white dudes some money. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely, 100%. You know, like art auctions and stuff, that's all that shit is super fucked. And you're right, Kasona, as well. Some creative folk can never be creative because they need to work at another job in order to survive. It's fucked.
I do not want any of you to get used to hearing the cost of living because it is absurd and we shouldn't have a cost to live, especially when none of us asked to be here. Okay, so I think many people, of course, would love to make money off their music. The lengths most artists have to go within the music industry to create the music they want to create, like you have to start off doing whatever will make your record deal love and appreciate you and actually give you the time. And then once you've earned that, you're able to make music you want to create. But that's not easy. It's a combination of luck. It's a combination of having the right voice, the right lyrics, having things fall in place. Like, as a YouTuber, like, I can kind of see some parallels to the music industry because, for example, like, when you're creating and you have an idea, And if you don't create that idea fast enough, or you put that idea on the back burner and you see it pop off and blow up for someone else, you're thinking like, damn, I could have had that career, I could have had that trajectory if I would have just did my idea the right way. But that's not always the case, but you have to live with that uncertainty and never knowing. And I can imagine how so many musicians have that similar thing. Oh, I passed up on that song that became huge for somebody else. That could have been me. But maybe it could have never been you. Maybe it had to be that artist doing that song the way they did. And those who win never really have to grapple with the what ifs like those who lose.
Somebody on my team
right.
found out the songs that I was keeping, and they pitched the single to another artist. And that song is called VSOP.
That was your song?
That was supposed to be my first single, but I'm glad that it didn't come out.
That was your song?
I'm glad.
Yeah,
I just
that's
made
a
that
Michelle song.
Like many things in this world,
NFTs are a product of all this commodification of art. Right, yeah, there's so much bullshit that happens as a result of that. There's nobody on the charts now that hasn't been scouted for marketability. True, yeah. Yeah, I know multiple people who can only do their art because their partner or spouse has a well-paying job and is willing and able to support them. Yeah, for sure. 100%. 100%. Which is another reason why you shouldn't fucking shit on anybody's dreams. You shouldn't, like, you know, have any expectations on your partner to be, like, you know, doing whatever you want them to do, you know? There's so much to say about that as well. You're more likely to get noticed if you do something unique, which is why I stay unpredictable in my music. I write songs for my emotions. Sometimes it's hard to listen to noise. Sometimes it's club-friendly, melancholic goth electro. Yeah, that's the thing. You are more likely to get noticed if you do interesting and new stuff. But the way that people... So, you know, I was talking a lot today about manufacturing of consent in my video. We actually get manufactured to, you know, like certain music as well. You know, like there are lots of people who would listen to like noise music, for example, and be like, oh, that's fucking noise. And those people are the same people who would listen to a type of music like gamelan. If you don't know about gamelan, the best example I can point you to without going into a fucking hour-long essay on what gamelan is the soundtrack to the movie Akira. If you've ever seen the 1988 movie Akira, the anime movie, that uses a bunch of gamelan. It has all different forms of scales. It's like got a completely different tonal tonal fucking thing to it than you know, basically Western white supremacist music, you know. Yeah, it's crazy when you like hear things like gamelan and it's so tonally different to what we're used to. It's hard initially to be like, oh my god, you know, this is music kind of thing. It's yeah. You gotta liberate yourself mentally from those horrific ideas of like what music is, because it's based on white supremacy. Kira Chats did a really good video on that, by the way. Not a video, but like a stream, and you can check it out on her official clips channel about how white supremacist music theory is, Western music theory, because it basically says Western music is the be all and end all of music, and that's what counts, you know. So all that plays into, you know, the sort of mainstream music ideas that we have as a culture, you know. Hey Tutus, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for Tutus, please? Oh, and can I get a shout out for Kasona Fun? 2 shout outs for you there, Shvi, please. Kind of why I listen to stuff on Bandcamp more than Spotify and Apple Music. Mind you, they were bought out by Epic Games, so that'll change probably. Yep, for sure. But Bandcamp is good for sure. A really good band on Bandcamp that I've actually been listening to today are Kachina Rude's band Lollygaggers. You know, Kachina Rude was with us on Sunday on Red Planet to talk about harm reduction with drugs and stuff. Yeah, definitely go check out Lollygaggers. Super good punk music. Really fucking good. Really, really, really good, honestly.
Music is in a state of crisis. We have the same few mainstream artists that have access to materials to create some of the biggest hits of our time. Many of those artists, despite their amazing contributions, have...
Tommy Guns, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Enjoy your sub badge, your ad reviewing, and your emotes.
Have been exploited by their record deals. Many of them are in debts they cannot fulfill, despite some of their ability to make riches and wealth from sponsorships and touring. Many would choose the exploited life of a rich celebrity if given the chance, hence why the exploitation of artists continue. So what you will hear from...
Shafiq says there's a lot of stuff unrelated to the art itself in getting noticed too. So much networking and arse kissing. Yeah, that's why you see so many musicians and producers have incredibly problematic relationships that even border on abuse. Because they are taught from day one, as soon as they get into the industry, that you've just got to accept it. That's why you see so much abuse in like Hollywood as well. Hollywood is another phenomenal example of why the commodification of art itself in general is like super problematic. You know, Harvey Weinstein, there's a reason why he got away with what he did for so long, and it's not just the patriarchy. It's because people were told they have to endure what he does to them in order to be famous, right? In order to be accepted in the industry. And that shit happens in the music industry too. All the fucking time. There is so much patriarchal abuse that happens in there, you know? We spoke about that the other day about fucking Dr. Luke. You know, it's so fucked.
From Stephanie today is all of the legal back end stuff that artists continue to face. The biggest artists, they all face it, the biggest to the smallest. And instead of a lot of these celebrities and musicians owning up to the fact that they aren't as rich as we think they are, I think so many of us are like shocked when some celebrities tell us like they don't actually have as much money as we thought, because they let us fantasize, and they let us think that they play into the fantasy instead of just being honest. I don't know why they play into a fantasy that will end up hurting them in the end.
Do you have a 401k? You want me to explain to you what hip-hop is? That's what I'm trying to get to. Let me explain to you what hip-hop is. The worst loan you could ever make. When you sign to a major label, that money that they give you, let's say they give you $800,000, right? That's a loan. You have to pay back that loan with interest. So if you don't make back that $800,000, what they do is they put you in the red, but you can still be hot, and you didn't make back that $800,000. So you can still be hot, so they'll give you another album. And they'll give you, instead of $800,000, they'll give you 1.2 this time. Right?
Yeah.
So now, but you're still in the hole for that 800. You understand? But you got another 1.2, and if you don't make that, then you're just in the red for both. And this is a loan with interest that you don't get nothing out of. Hip hop is not meant for the artist to win. It's never been meant for the artist to win. And the more and more you learn, the more and more you read your contracts, the more and more it's disturbing. Basic artist contract, it was made for the artist to be. It was not made for the artist. It was made for the artist to always have to need the record label. Because let's suppose you juried out. You got that 800. Remember I said 800 for the first album? You got that 800. You spent 400 immediately. And then you spent 400 on jury. And then you got all your show money. Right. You went and got.
And like the fact that these record labels give these artists so much money, it actually enables, you know, like the recording studios, the producers, the distribution companies, the printing companies, other artists that are involved. Like, it gives them the right to charge so much more money as well. So then it's just like this fucked up circle. It's just a huge fucking horrific circle jerk. And you're right, it's like art slavery. Semi-Arc says, I have a friend who wrote for Aretha Franklin, for the Dixie Chicks, a number of other things many people have heard, had a reasonably famous band. He went full-on bankrupt. There was no way. Shit. It fucks so much. Fucks you up so much. Making music for roughly 20 years. You're in a deathcore band. You got offered a record contract. They wanted us to go more melodic style. We didn't want to do. So we declined it. The band fizzled out some years later. Yep. Very, very similar story. Quote from Lemmy Kilminster, I made more money writing 2 songs for Ozzy than I made in 15 years with Motorhead. Yes, I saw that episode of Trash Theory where they spoke about that. Yeah, for sure. You're also contractually obligated to only work with certain promoters and venues, and the venues only with certain promoters, and you can't break in. Yes, that's right too. Yeah.
A house and you went and got cars and you went and got moms, but now you got to live up to that. Now you're an $800,000 dude a year. You got
what this guy's saying as well in terms of like when you're so hot, the record company doesn't care that you're in the red. They're going to keep giving you more money. Like, that's also exploitative in the form that, like, you can't live like a humble life when you have made that much sales in terms of music, because you're famous now. You're fucking famous now, right? So you can't just like live in a 2 up, 2 down in fucking Moss Side. You've got to buy a fucking house in Beverly Hills, and that shit costs $3 million. You know? So, you know, you've got to afford the down payment. You've got to afford the mortgage. You've got to, like, it sucks. It sucks so much. You know, it's just like such an endless, horrific cycle.
You gotta have that. So now you go 1.2. Most people would dumb it down, but they want to wear Gucci.
Right.
They want to wear Louis.
Right.
They want to have a, you know.
Right. So what are you getting in that deal then? Right? If you're giving 800 and then 1.2, is it just the platform? Are you putting the red just for the platform, just for all of those things?
See, I can't
Or do you
generalize
retain
it
anything?
because there's different things. Like,
So there's a general assumption that the music industry is problematic, but there's always questions on why. How did we get here to where what is a universal good, that being music, has been turned into a problematic industry full of unscrupulous people, predatory boosters, and overall rife with racism, colorism, and all of that. You can't talk about commodification of music without talking about where the commodification is actually written down. What's the legal instrument into which all of these artists have been bamboozled and led astray? And that's the contract. Before we get into the specifics of a music contract, it's helpful to know what exactly is agreed upon in every music contract, in a record label deal. First, you'll have royalties. Royalties are the amounts that the artist is owed based off of how many times their song is played. Back in the day, before we had allegedly racist Spotify, Pandora, and the like, we used to have CDs. And an artist would get paid off of the royalty of each CD. People don't buy CDs anymore, I don't think. However, the royalties there were pretty easy to calculate. There's a very obnoxious mathematical equation on the screen that you can see for yourself.
And then you have the consumer, who with $10 to $20 a month can have access to endless music. Though the average person listens to the same songs over and over, this affordable fee has been an issue for artists being able to make careers off their music ever since attempts to stop music piracy has begun. But we are here to discuss if people should even have careers from music, since music can be argued to be a necessity. As consumers, we're so excited to an extent to just pay $10 a month. And again, that's still a lot for a lot of us, to have access to any music, album, lots of catalogs we want. Artists, because of that, do not make a lot of money off their streams. Many of us don't buy music anymore. And even the thought of buying all the songs that many of us already have stored in our favorites on our streaming services, that will be a lot of money. By the time I was growing up, albums were a thing of the past. I was downloading my music on LimeWire on my MP3 player when I was like in 5th grade. Then I started listening to music on YouTube. By the time I was in college, that's when I bought my first streaming. Well, that's when I started paying for my first streaming service. And I thought that was a lot of money. I had the student discount for $5 a month because I really didn't have the type of money to commit to anything, The
definition of music streaming is a technology used to deliver content to computers and mobile devices over the internet. Streaming transmits data, usually audio and video, but increasingly other kinds as well, as a continuous flow which allows the recipients to begin to watch or listen almost immediately. Audio streaming, how us as creators get paid. I'm a music producer, so I speak on us as artists, music producers, songwriters, pretty much. We get a cut of every time you stream our audio on these big platforms such as YouTube, SoundCloud, Pandora, Spotify, Apple Music, XM Radio. The radio is a form of streaming in movies, TV shows. We get
and that's what you got to remember, gang. It's like they're trying to make this as profitable as possible. So if you're paying £10 a month to Spotify to get unlimited music listening, right? Unlimited. They have to pay the artist absolute fucking dog shit peanuts. They have to make an assumption that if you played non-stop music, right? Like non-stop music from the first of the month to the end of the month, they have to make that profitable like less than £9. They have to make that the amount of music that you would be listening to, that you would essentially be paying the artists less than £10. And think about how many tunes that is. Generally speaking, albums are about 45 minutes long with like 11 tracks, 12 tracks or something, right? And that's like 1 hour of the day. 1 hour of the day. That's a whole fucking album. That's a whole fucking album. You know? Does anyone buy music anymore? Like, not since the 90s or some crap. They just made it acceptable to pirate media by charging that much amount a month. Yeah, exactly, right, exactly. They do open the doors for piracy as well, because it's like, they just don't, they make like, obviously the purchasing of music so expensive, And obviously, like, not everybody wants to just have Spotify and shit, you know? It's so fucked. Yeah. You and your friends buy vinyl, for sure. I try to buy CDs and vinyls when I can, especially if I listen to it on Spotify. You guys pay for music streaming. I get it for free since there are so many non-profit and legally approved platforms in my state to get music without ads. But the disadvantage is that only people in my country, and that doesn't include any foreign artists. Right, sure. And I imagine the way that those artists are, you know, on their platforms and stuff, like if you're getting it for free and it's a non-profit company, then the artists aren't making any money either, you know?
Cut of that. Now, the most readily available...
Yeah, I get tunes off Bandcamp too, yeah.
...is, of course, SoundCloud, Apple Music, and Spotify. And these companies pay us a certain rate out of all the money they generate, and we get, us as songwriters and producers and artists, get a cut of that rate. Spotify's current cut is 0.004 cents. Apple Music's cut is currently 0.
Ludo Nah, thank you so much for gifting 2-tier subs. Aisha and Mr. Dank, enjoy your ad-free viewing and your sub badges. Thank you for supporting the stream.
0.007 cents. Our music streaming has risen to the top of the conversation in 2019, 2020 is because the fall of the digital download and the album in the music industry. Those two mediums were, besides shows,
0.0004 cents. Insane.
You can feed your family as a producer, songwriter, or artist, or anything like that. But with the fall of albums, used to be $22, $24
Hey, Mr. Dank.
sometimes. Now people don't even buy albums. Radio used to be amazing. People barely listen to the radio. Everybody's their own DJ now, pretty much. So the streaming for radio has dropped, and then also the digital download on the single sale has dropped. So that's why, as independent creators, it has forced the attention on music streaming, which first got started off by Napster, and they shut that down.
Now, Deanna talked about earlier, everything is through streams. Streams are barely a fraction of a penny to the stream, and the way that
a fraction of a penny. A fraction of a fucking penny. It's so fucked.
royalties work is whoever owns the master of that song, they get paid the most and they get paid first. Which brings us to masters. So most artists do not own their masters. The masters is the original copyright of the actual song.
Imagine you going through the labor, the intensive, by the way, the intensive, exhaustive, strenuous, emotional and mental labor, not just to mention physical labor of touring and stuff like that, but like when you're writing a song and creating a song and you're recording, the, you know, emotional, the mental labor that you're going through, the creative stress that you're putting on your entire fucking, you know, your entire being in order to make a song. And when it comes to it, you don't even own the original tune. You don't even own the original tune. Absurd. The Weeknd is the #1 artist on Spotify. He probably only gets a couple grand and then on his songs. Yeah. For sure. It's such garbage that Spotify could pay artists so little while giving Rogan millions for his podcast. Yeah, it's disgusting. It's literally disgusting. Yeah, all the skill and years and learning and knowing how to go about making a piece of music. Absolutely. Absolutely. Try and buy as many CDs as possible from artists that you like. Yeah. Labels want artists to make so little. It was the fact that artists were making money off their own music that bought the DMCA apocalypse in 2020 here on Twitch. Wait, is that right? Hey, JMM, how you doing? Is that right, Tay-Jam? What the fuck? That's so bad.
So for example, let's say I wrote the song Happy Birthday. I'd be a very rich lady if that was the case and would not owe these 6-figure student loans. I digress. If I own the masters to Happy Birthday, every single time someone said Happy Birthday, I could sue them and say, you need to pay me. Every single time Happy Birthday was in a commercial, they would have to pay me, etc. Most artists, what they do is the record label actually owns their masters.
Oh, labels started picking up on the fact bands were streaming on Twitch when they couldn't perform gigs. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No way.
The record label will say, hey, you penniless artist, you have great talent, but you're broke. You cannot afford the agent, the management, the makeup, you know, the Cantu to make sure your hair is looking good. Girl, you ain't got no money. So I will front all of that and I will own your work, but because you lowly artists need something, I'll give you some royalty money. So you will get a fraction after I, the record label, get the majority. So let's use $1 as an example. Please note, math is not my ministry, so we are going to use $1 because we could work with $1. Past that, my math is going to be very wrong and very fuzzy. Say we have an 80-20 split, and I'm the record label, so every time Happy Birthday gets played, I get 80 cents, you get 20 cents. Well, maybe that's fair because I, the record label, fronted everything. I made you. I bought this Ankara top for you, highly expensive. It was actually a good price. It was on sale, and all that jazz. That is what is usually argued about in the contracts. And in the contract, the lawyer for the artist is supposed to push back against the record label and say like, hey, no, Stephanie is my artist and she wrote Happy Birthday. You know what type of person can make a universal song? I don't want this 80-20 split. I want 50-50. 50-50 is rare and, to be quite frank, unheard of. No one is getting 50-50. There are some artists in 360 deals that are getting 90-10, as in their record label is getting 90% of the profits of their songs and they only get 10%. And mind you, that 10% is after you pay the writer, because a lot of these artists aren't writing their songs. You pay the writer, you pay the producer, you pay all this. They're barely making any money, which is why.
And this is all to do with, of course, the fact that, you know, these free markets exist, and that's what happens when you get a fucking free market, is that companies hold people to ransom, you know, in terms of like allowing them to have a way of life. It's like, if you want to be a musician, sorry, you got assigned to a record label. Don't like our deal? Well, I just so happen to be friends with the other 10 CEOs of all the other record labels in the fucking country that you could sign to have a decent way of life from fucking signing with them, and they're not going to give you any better of a deal. So you're fucked. Sorry, pal. That's it. You sign with me or you sign with no one. It's so fucked. And then they sell off your songs to commercials and TV. Yep. Someone else gets famous for your work. Yep. This is the exact job creator bullshit. First, they take away your access to means to pursue your craft with ownership and price tags, and then they graciously help you out by giving you a job. Right. Exactly. So fucked. The money is mostly in merch and concerts, which is why so many artists got fucked the last 2 years. Oh, hell yeah, for sure. For sure. Bud says, I got a pal making music and it sounds so fucking stressful for her. Doesn't include all the shit you expected to do, like socials, personal profile, bio, website, on top of being creative and being your own sound engineer. Right. Incredibly racketeering fuckers. Yeah, incredibly. Very similar to Bollywood. I imagine Bollywood is exactly the same. Yeah, I imagine Bollywood is exactly like that. Yeah. You know, every single, like, you know, one of these, you know, companies that, you know, commodifies art is going to be operating in an incredibly similar fashion.
Why touring is so important.
Is there a bright side to the artists and the record labels that traditionally screw them over? New Jersey rapper Russ has a 50-50 partnership with Columbia Records. SZA managed to get an awesome 70-30 split with RCA Records in her favor. And 21 Savage owns 100% of his masters to his songs. And Frank Ocean seemingly finessed $20 million from the Universal Music Group.
Now that we're into the contract land, let's talk about some of these legal hurdles. Every few years, an artist decides that they have had enough, that they're going to push back against the system, and that they deserve their pennies, their coins. Most recently, and loudly, it was Kanye. The first big video on my channel is a breakdown of Kanye's contracts. So if you want to watch that, go ahead and head over to Wine and Chill. You can watch the whole video there where we break down his 102 pages worth of contracts. So we'll put a little clip in here of some of the egregious things that are in Kanye's contract.
Option 7 is Life of Pablo, Ye, album 8, Jesus is King was album 9, and then album 10, which is 2020, has yet to be released. Mind you, this contract is from 2014. So this has carried the length of time. Why?
Yo, go follow Wine and Chill, everybody. There's Stephanie's YouTube channel. I'm going to be checking out some more, some videos by Stephanie in the future, 100%. Seems like a pretty based individual.
It's important. So if you read the language right above in section 1C, grantor hereby grants to UMG one additional separate option to extend the P&D term for one additional contract period, i.e. 10th album of the minimum.
Yo, check. She's literally going through the contracts and shit. That's so wild. I love that.
Obligation for avoidance of doubt. The following.
Tyler, the Creator, owns all of his masters in music and is able to do so much stuff that others aren't doing because of it. He's a rare exception in hip hop. I do like Tyler the Creator's tunes for sure. Yeah.
Here to UMG have a total of 3 additional separate options for 3 albums, etc., etc. These options, if I'm an artist, right, and I'm like, oh, this is great. They have the option to extend my contract. That's wonderful. And, you know, we're going to continue to work together. They're going to fund me. Like, I'm going to make my art. That's how they sell you on this, and it sounds really wonderful. The back end of that, if you keep reading, these are unilateral options to extend. If you, the artist, decide, oh my God, that record label is awful, they don't care about me, they took all my money because we're gonna get to expenses later, I don't wanna work with them anymore, the record label can be like, yes, my work pony is making me all that cash, extend. They are not mutual extensions. They are unilateral, one-sided extensions where the record label just continues to contract the artist, which is why you want to make sure they should be mutual and something that you should bring up with your attorney. Most of these deals are very one-sided, and they're very one-sided for a reason. The record label has the money, and the artist has the art.
So
famously, Prince was unable to get out of his contract, so he decided to write the word slave on his head and perform because he was legally obligated to perform, even though he did not want to. You see a lot of artists, too, that...
Someone literally in the chat said earlier, artist slavery. Yeah, pretty on point observation, 100%.
A little smart and realize that's fine. You want me to make these songs? I'll make them, and I'll make sure they're crap, and I'll make sure they tank, and then I'll be done with you. But how many years of an artist's life is wasted trying to get out of a contract? Many. One of the proposed things that can help with this is a standardization of contracts. In tech, which is where I work now and have worked for many years, in tech, there are standard contracts for valuation and for investing. They're on Y Combinator, where basically everyone is getting a boilerplate contract to make things fair. As much as people always ask questions around the contracts in K-pop, actually the Korean government has a standard template for contracts. It does deviate with some people, which is why there have been very unfair contracts, very similar to the ones in America as well. But having a standardization helps people realize, like, okay, I know what the baseline of fairness is because this is what's standardized. In the music industry, I would say foolishness strives in the dark. The reason why a lot of artists don't show their contracts because they're not allowed to. What Kanye did, which that man is still a problematic.
Similar to, like, you know, don't discuss your wages at work, all that kind of stuff, you know? It's super similar, even when you get to those higher echelons of, like, you know, people making money, but, you know, these artists aren't even making that much more money, actually, seemingly, when they're in, like, this much debt with the fucking record labels.
A hot mess. However, outside of that, what Kanye did in 2020 was so novel because most people do not have the money to simply break their contract and break confidentiality clause by airing it all out. Airing it out is better for everybody. It's better for everyone to see, oh, this is wholly unfair. It's better for everyone to see, oh, y'all are talking about you gave me $2 million signing bonus. After what? $2 million signing bonus after you had me pay for my entire music video, which cost $1.5 million. So now I really only got $500 grand, and honey, the tax man came and took half of that. So really I have $250. Also, I think a hindrance for a lot of artists is that a lot of artists cannot afford an attorney. A lot of artists do not know who to turn to because it's their first time now entering in what is, I would say, a very loose industry in terms of a lot of vagueness, a lot of murky waters, a lot of like, this is just how it is. Just because some...
Wait, vaginas? She didn't say that, did she? Wait, she didn't say... I got distracted by chat. She didn't say vaginas.
A lot of murky waters, a lot of vagueness.
Vagueness.
Lot of murky...
Not veganers. What the fuck? Are you taking the piss?
Waters, a lot of like, this is just...
She said vagueness.
How it is. Just because something is that way doesn't mean it's right, nor does it mean it's legal.
And instead of that period of time being like, okay, wow, how are artists actually supposed to make the money back that they owe their record labels? How are people in general supposed to make money in order to continue to make a song that they just put out? Record labels started to come in, streaming services started to come in, had to figure something out to continue to take our money. because the ways we were trying to get music for free,
That's true. Some vaginas are vague. Yeah, vagina with the hard G. That's right, yeah. Vagina. Fucking hell. Wagner. Harlequin says, I never got the workers not talking about their wage salary at work. Like, what the fuck? It's not your fellow workers. It's the issue. It's your boss and the system. That's why it is the way that it is, because they don't want workers talking to each other and rising up against the boss. That's exactly why it's like that. But you're absolutely right to not get it, because it doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense from any port of logic if you're a worker. But if you are in the employer class, it of course makes sense to you, because you don't want them talking about how, oh, you decided to pay this migrant asylum seeker refugee worker £10 less than everybody else, right?
Wasn't able to pay people back for their time. So that makes sense, because there wasn't any other way to make sure that people were able to, you know, sustain food, housing, and etc. for just living, you know, without having to work for that. Working is a conservative theory. It's not a liberal one. And we all know that if you are working like a typical 9 to 5 or something that's even more demanding, when do you have time to give your all to your creative processes?
Right, exactly. I think Asona Fun said this in the chat earlier. If you're working 60 fucking hours a week, how the fuck are you supposed to be able to be creative?
Okay, why is music valuable? So music connects people. It is a way to bring sound to culture. It is a pastime. It could be therapeutic for people. There's a specific music therapy discipline, but we all have songs that we just love so much that is already therapeutic to us. Music allows people to find the words that they couldn't even perfectly put together themselves. It is important, it is intrinsic, it is a necessity. Music, especially for Black people, have come from just sounds that people used to play. Music had to be banned from Black people participating in it because of the way it unified us and expressed what we felt. Work songs, people made songs up on the fly as they worked in horrible conditions. People used the music to feel good again when the world around them didn't value them for the color of their skin. Music is something we should never have to pay to play, you know? As many people as they want should be able to create music, and currently music is gatekept, you know? And
I talk about all the time about how I would love to have some free time to make some music. You know, Twitch, the Twitch fucking politics thing and the YouTube politics thing, it's something that I do because I feel like it's something that the world needs. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, okay, the world doesn't need like Twitch streamers and content creators and stuff, but I just feel like if I build myself a platform and educate people and, you know, tell more people that, like, you know, it is possible to have a life under another system, that's gonna inspire a lot of people, right? So it's like I've kind of just fallen into this. And now I'm all of a sudden a fucking full-time content creator. But I say all the time about how much I would love just to have like a day where I could just like sit down and make some fucking music again. The Red Planet team, we're talking about how like, oh, Mule, it'd be great if you could make an opening theme to the Red Planet show. But like, I just don't have the time. Like, I legit don't have the time in between like my personal life, you know, spending time with my partner, just having like generic downtime, like free days. They're rare anyway, in general. So like, you know, and it's not just fucking music. I just want to have time to like draw. Like, I love drawing, you know? I love that shit. Come be a VR chat DJ. Yeah, but that's not the music I want to make. I don't want to DJ, you know? I DJ because it's easy and it's fun, right? I don't want to make that kind of music. I want to make like industrial, rebellious gothcore stuff, like, you know, 9 Inch Nails plus the Dead Kennedys, you know, that kind of shit, plus Rage Against the Machine, all that stuff. I don't know, but you know what I mean. Playing a show with the unclear clitori. This really highlights the insidious nature of talent shows, adds a weird combo of fame, propaganda, and ensnaring talent who are less aware of the pitfalls. I think that's a really astute observation, Thora, yeah. How dare we organize if you're a worker? How dare everyone get a living wage? Yeah, that's what they think, yeah. I always found it weird because when my friends and I got our first jobs at uni, out of uni, talking about wages was a core thing to do with how we organized the time we spent together. Those of us that had more money at the time subsidized our friends to go to places we wanted to and stuff. It's a way to help each other have a better time without putting your friends in a shit spot. That's fucking dope. That's fucking dope. Yeah. Fucking super cool. Music is a universal language that connects people from all over the globe, even though they don't speak the same phonetic language. Very true. Creativity is unfathomably important to society, and it's maddening that we have allowed individuals to tell us that it's not. I agree. Lol and Rammstein. I do like Rammstein. Yeah, I do like Rammstein a lot. Weirdly enough, listening to Convenger's Jane Doe helps me calm down despite being one of the heaviest metal albums I've ever heard. Yeah. When I listen to like intense drum and bass, like it's like really cathartic, and it you know, it calms me down when I'm done finishing to it, you know? Listening to it. Is there anyone here a socialist for Canada rap? Canada is a Dravidian language, not to be confused with the country Canada. Yeah, sorry, that's the first time I've ever heard of that. There's actually an industrial goth world that I was in recently with live music. Can't for the life of me remember what it was called, though. James Harambe says, what do you play? Literally everything. I play the piano, the bass, the guitar. They're basically the same. I sing. I play the drums. Yeah. Like, literally a muso. Come from a music family and stuff. Nowadays, you have next to no time to make music in between work, parenting, being with your girlfriend, taking care of other shit. You hardly have time to relax. You'd watch a stream of me doing music and art. That's very kind of you, but yeah, it's not profitable. I've tried it before. I literally did art streams for like 2 years solid, and yeah, just sadly not profitable. Again, that's what it comes down to. It's just not profitable. I fucking hate it.
In many ways, though people still find their ways to enjoy it and play it, but many of us don't even feel worthy of just playing around with music and having fun if we don't think that we're going to take it serious and be the next big genius. Making bad songs is fine, you know? Everybody should have access to make fantastic songs with working along the best engineers, whether they become that or they get to hang with those people and work with them because they're still everyday people and weren't amplified to a wild height because of how music is gatekept, and we're forced to only recognize and like the same for singers, producers, songwriters, engineers, etc.
Yeah.
You know, music is not just about huge hits that define decades and can fill stadiums, but it's the sounds that have existed and have been created as long as humans have been around. It's not fair that certain people get to sample and damn near culture appropriate in order to create some of the music we enjoy today, you know, just because, I don't know, luck or even their hard work. So many people want that chance to do so. So I mentioned how like music can be therapeutic. So for example, the artist Her, she has songs called Focus and Losing. Those two songs.
One day in the far future, I'll reveal my saved personally made mule art, and they'll be worth nothing because we'll be in post-capitalism and they'll still be awesome. Hell yeah.
Work wonders when I have like almost debilitating migraines. They don't completely take them away, but they help soothe me in a way that makes the pain more bearable, and it's unbelievable. Like, I wish I could tell her how how good those songs have been for me when I'm actually in physical pain. And then when I'm in emotional pain, there are songs that actually get the tears out and flowing so they aren't bottled up and I can go about my day, you know? And here are just some people enjoying music that are all over the world, and they don't have to worry about, or they don't even care about if that song is gonna get them out of poverty, you know? They're just enjoying it in that moment. You shouldn't have to use a musical vessel to get you out of poverty. You shouldn't be there in the first place.
Right, exactly. Plink in the chat says, imagine what we could create if we had the funds and workable UBI that covered housing and bills. Let me give you one further step, comrade. Imagine what we could create if we abolished the meaning of value, if we abolished the, you know, completely abstract and vague theory of value that we have nowadays, and we fully automated all the industries that we needed in order to survive and thrive as humans. Imagine what we could create then. Abolish the concept of value in itself. Money entirely. Just destroy it. You know? Destroy the hierarchies that separate us. All that shit. Like, the amount that we could do as a human species together would be unfathomable. Like, we couldn't even comprehend it right now, you know?
Exactly is music commodified? So, you know, we had to go into some articles to give us some concrete words and definitions that we could bounce off of. So this article, Neoliberalism in the Music Industry, explains a commodity for us. Objects which may be exchanged for money are known as commodities. So in order to perceive something as a commodity, it demands a minimum of a shared ideology between the actors and those that engage in the exchange. So this perspective demands a minimum of shared ideology between people participating in the exchange of a commodity. These shared beliefs include faith in money, the concept of ownership, and stable standards of value. Commodification is the process of rendering objects into commodities. You know, rendering objects can be like sound, which we're talking about, and it can be human bodies and like actual physical objects. So one of the important things I want to point out here that literally can shake the world at any moment is when we stop believing in that exchange and we no longer value it. I think that's why our government works so hard for us to continue to value money and value the exchange of this piece of paper. If all of us decided that this was no longer a value, of course, we will probably be met with a lot of violence in order to whip us back in shape. But at the same time, like, the only reason why things are able to be sold and are perceived with value, and this is, I feel like...
She's saying it. Fab socialism is exactly saying it, saying what we just said.
What existentialism versus essentialism come into place. A lot of us believe, or a lot of us have been told to believe, that a lot of things have essential value. Is money inherently valuable? In this image, you can see how music has been bought over the years, and then streaming has completely damn near taken it over. Streaming currently makes surviving off music impossible if you are not Drake. Artists tell us to stream in our sleep and to buy songs in order to actually support them. But it's not that simple to just ask fans who do not have the time to stream a song all day or just don't want to, or even pay for music that they can just stream. It takes intentionality, dedication, and a knowledgeable fan base to help artists profit just off of posting their music. So I think many artists thrive for a while off of like their popularity without explicitly having to ask for help because they're winning. And I think as soon as they're not winning, you get your infamous Justin Bieber moment when he was like,
"Go stream, yummy. Like, please."
After artists...
Is that fucking Justin Bieber? Did that happen? Was that real? Was he like desperate for people to stream Yummy, even though like, oh, that sucks so much. Oh, it sucks so much. Holy shit. Mule, did you go to the gym today? No, don't shame me. I've had like one of those days where I don't want to do anything. And don't redeem any channel points to make me do exercises. I won't do them today. Bieber is actually low-key funny sometimes. How many here have you heard of Yogi B, by the way? A cool Tamil rapper who makes free music for the people. Shit, I've not heard of that person. I'm down. I probably wouldn't understand the Tamil, obviously, but like, yeah, I'll check out the tunes for sure. Yogi B. Yogi B, let's go. Let's do it. I remember that whole Bieber thing. It was so fucking cringe. Yeah, and it's schneid as well because it's cringe because it's like he's suffering under the same way, you know, that we're talking about, the way artists talk about things, the way that artists are being exploited in the same way, even though his songs are cringe. Some people like them, so you know. Yeah, no offense, Shafiq. I'm just so fucking tired today. Honestly, I'm still so fucking tired. I will have a hydrate. Thank you. Yeah, that I will do. That I absolutely will do. I got plenty of hats that I'm fine to wear as well. Plenty of hats.
Like millions of dollars into marketing, they love to be surprised when they get number one. But sometimes when they realize that the culture of another song or artist is bigger than their marketing could be at that moment, that's when they start to explicitly ask. Okay? Yeah, and I think so much for the average consumer who's not studying music has no idea how much marketing and manipulation goes into someone enjoying a song. And many of us want that if we want our favorite artists to be as big as they can be. You know, stan culture thrives not only because stans are organizing to stream music and amplify a song, but because a record label is also putting a lot...
Yo, go show some love to Neutral AI in the chat, everybody, gang. Can I get a shout out for Neutral AI, please, Shafiq? How you doing, Jolene?
...of money into that as well, in hopes of that free collaboration that they get from a strong fan base. So many of us are being used with our knowledge and without our knowledge. And then it just really makes us think, like, what do I actually like? What would I've actually gravitated to if there wasn't...
It's a sharp cap. This is my granddad's. This is my granddad's. Rest in peace. Yeah. Kept it. I always wanted to be my granddad. And one day I am going to be a granddad just like him. Probably. I don't know. Probably. I'll be old enough to be a granddad, that's for sure. I think I'll probably get to 60 at a push, I think.
Of this manipulation at play. And then the artist gets that gratification, like, oh my gosh, so many people love my song and love me. And then they also have to realize, though, they are a moneymaker for that record label. So you get that gratification, but you're still being used, and you allow yourself to be used because of that ego boost. Like, once these things start to get explained, it's really not that hard to see how all of this happens and why people continue to be exploited.
Let's talk for a minute about payola. So payola is the practice of bribing someone to use their influence or position to promote a particular product or interest. Payola
This shit happens with streamers all the time. This shit happens all the time to streamers, by the way. You will see so many streamers who do things like... what is it? Stream battle or some shit, and then you've got like Raid Shadow Legends stuff, all these different sponsorships that people get, you know, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. My granddad used to smoke a pipe. My cousin uses it now. Let me tell you something about my granddad's pipe that I also took from his gaff after he died. So basically, I took my granddad's pipes after he died because no one wanted him. My uncle was like, do you want these pipes? I was like, yeah, sure. Because I used to smoke a lot of cigs. I used to smoke a lot of tobacco. And I smoked a big, long church warden pipe when I was young because I wanted to be Gandalf, right? I just had an obsession with being an old man when I was younger. I have no idea what that was all about. It's so weird. Anyway, so got my granddad's pipes, filled it up with tobacco and shit, right? Lit it, took a big pull, and it made this noise. Do you know why? Because my dead fucking granddad's spit was all in the bottom of that pipe, and I sucked it all into my fucking mouth. It was horrific. It was fucking horrific. Ah! There you go. You're welcome. Good story.
Itself a catchy and hyperliteral contraction of pay and vitrola, i.e. record player, has been around as long as the record business. It's long been an accepted, open secret. The concept is woven into the fabric of American...
He wanted you to stay hydrated.
pop culture, popping up in countless 70 eras.
Oh, it's knocking me sick just thinking about it.
The practice stretches past the war-torn 40s, sashay through the 30s and roaring 20s, and goes all the way back to vaudeville into the silent movies of the 1900s. Whether you're a shill at a vaudeville review hired to clap for a specific act, or a smooth-talking DJ.
One last wet kiss from beyond the grave.
Grown flush with ill-gotten coin, the song remains the same. Payola is as American as chattel slavery. So payola had a more recent return to the
That's how your beard got so long?
Yep. 100, yes, is a grown man that decided to be called Whack 100. I mean, the name is fitting. Decided to go on Clubhouse and decry that, yes, the music industry is full of payola. Not only did he said that, there were numerous references he made himself that he has participated in payola. Whack 100 is notoriously not just a grown man that likes to get on the internet and argue with other people, but is the manager behind Blueface. who, like the name leads to, is also a very confused individual. I digress. Now, payola runs and continues to run because if you don't have funds to get started in the music industry, you're often overlooked. How payola works is someone will take your song to a DJ in a club and say, hey, play this song. This song is going to be great. I'll give you 10 grand. Payola is a federal crime that I would say is quite underreported.
Okay, no, I was talking about different shit when it came to streamers. Yeah, this is not like a company asking a streamer to do shout outs for Rage Shadow Legends. I mean, is it? Have I got that? It's not that far removed from it, is it? I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. Holy shit.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to the problem with hit songs and megastars. I want us to really ask the question, should celebrities be superstars like Beyonce, Janet, Mariah Carey, Michael Jackson? And along with that are really tough press runs. I mean, I think we take for granted how optimistic and professional a lot of the biggest artists during press tours back in the day.
The difference is if you disclose it, right? You've read a lot of streamer company contracts recently. They have a fucking ton of nightmare shit in there. Oh shit, you are kidding.
For the public. Imagine if we just got to hear a bunch of songs an artist created and then as a public told them the songs that we would like to still keep and then they could take those other ones off the streaming services, you know? Imagine. And then celebrity, being extremely famous. You can no longer go places in peace because you wanted your song to be heard from this part of the sea to the next part of the sea. Now you...
Including rights to image in perpetuity they can hide. Wait, what do you mean? What does that actually mean? Rights to image in perpetuity. What the fuck? Oh, so image rights in perpetuity. So forever, like literally forever. So they can be like, okay, we own your face forever. That's insane. That's insane. Holy shit. These corporations have some fucking balls, you know. Holy shit.
You can't go nowhere because we all know and love you because you wanted that, but now you've trapped yourself. Once you get to that point, you've done a little too much. I think we should have a society where we're able to along people we really admired and not be about to pass out. Like, oh cool, look at Beyonce over there. She's such a good performer, isn't she? You know, and then continue. I even know for myself, if I saw Beyonce, I think my mouth would just go dry and I wouldn't be able to speak. I wouldn't scream and wild out, but I would take a picture with her like this. I would be like, you know, shaking. And I don't want to say that's her fault, but everybody that has went into her celebrity has created that to her detriment. So now we're going to get into how commodification in the music industry fuels cultural appropriation. So many hit songs often water down heavy cultural concepts in order to make it palatable to an audience and make that song as big as possible. Because I definitely think music shouldn't cross cultures the way it does. I definitely think I want us as a people to not be homogenized because that's what the music industry plays into, helping homogenize the public in order to sell us very similar music. If you continue to homogenize our interests, of course, you're going to be able to produce a huge hit off those interests that we will all enjoy. You know what I'm trying to say? I was shocked and still don't know how to feel about Timbaland using a lot of like Indian music as samples in some of his biggest hits.
Yeah, one of his more famous ones is with Missy Elliott. Get Your Freak On, innit?
I'm not trying to be the one to definitively say what is or is not appropriation, but the fact that we can consume so many musical influences without prioritizing, knowing where those influences came from and properly recognize them. Like if we consumed music in a slower fashion, we really consumed a song like, oh, where'd that beat come from? What do these lyrics actually say? I have consumed so many songs. It took me years, even while knowing like all of the lyrics and being able to say them, I didn't still process them. So then when I processed them, I'm like, oh my gosh, I was saying those lyrics for word when I was 12. Or even today, hearing some of the lyrics that I like, actually processing some of the lyrics that I say, and I'm like, this is like horribly misogynistic. But it's too late because I love this song now because I've been conditioned to love it, and being like, oh, these lyrics were like absolutely trash and they display how misogynistic some of these people can be. But we don't even do that. And if we do that, everybody's pissed because how dare you call your favorite artist misogynistic? The proof is in the pudding, sweetheart. They should never talk about sexual acts with a woman like that. A lot of the sexual music we consume today just goes to prove that people are not actually having sex that they enjoy. Because why with all of these sexual, in love, deep sexual music, whether it's deep and filled with love, and then we have very loving music that is like a tribute to how great love can be, then why as a public aren't we filled with a bunch of love and great intimate experiences? How come our music isn't matching our lived reality? And how come those who make the music don't even match that lived reality? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's odd. Thank God we have so many creators who do unpack certain things for us. So with that being said, music enters communities that do not understand the cultural niches that...
There are so many old South Asian and Caribbean songs that use the samples without any credit at all. Oh yeah, all the fucking time, 100%. 100%.
influence the music. That's why we have so many people saying the N-word in songs. What if songs that contain the N-word just never left the black community? Stayed within the black community and never left? What if artists that created songs that had the N-word in it felt so passionate about their use of using it that they didn't want anyone else to hear this music, and they could make that decision because they didn't need more people to hear that music in order to make a living? For example, the overrepresentation of certain cultures in music for profitability is the issue. In 2022, the N-word is still a debate on who can use it, and there's always going to be new groups of people growing up and making the same intentional mistakes due to no national education on race in the United States and around the world. Black artists do have the right to say pretty much what they want to say in their song, and we do have the right to critique it once it comes out. However, is there responsibility on the artist to make sure they explain how their music should be consumed, especially when many of them do not own their masters, or when they're just making music to pay back their record labels and they know what will be popular? I'm just gonna put in this little clip of Doja Cat trying to tell her audience, the white people or the non-black people, you say men, while the other people proceed to say the N-word for her song that she put it in.
Speaking of appropriation, I find it very odd that a lot of non-black artists have basically taken to seeing the N-word, using the N-word, and all around just not giving a damn. A good case in point of this is the song Roses by St. John, which has been remixed by this Eastern European artist named Iman Beck. I'm not gonna lie, the remix is better.
Backstory: Iman Beck's remix was unauthorized and unaccredited to the original black artist. St. John's team had to retroactively get the rights to the remix, after which the new music video was made.
Than the original. However, what is not better is now a slew of Eastern European people singing the N-word without any context as to the history.
What the
fuck?
fuck?
Now we're talking about how to make music. Songwriters, engineers, producers, artists, and studio time, etc. are all involved. And when I tell you, I be so confused. When I'm on Instagram and I see up-and-coming artists just chilling.
That was just a Nightcore remix.
in the studio or taking pictures.
It was just fucking Nightcore.
In the studio, you know, making their little music. I'm just like, who is managing all of this? And of course, some of them have like smaller labels or managers. But I want to hear that conversation. When smaller artists are collaborating with each other, do they talk about like, hey, this is how much money like we should split? And of course, some of these conversations don't happen because we see the beef later on, like, oh, that person didn't
White people love to sing the N-word at Coachella? What the fuck?
pay me for my verse, or oh, this song is bigger than I thought it was gonna be. Can you break me off some more money? And then that artist who's at the whose main song it is like not answering back to text messages, or some artists can't afford studio time.
Before we get into what masters are in the actual contractual language, let's go back to the henchmen behind the scenes. So first you have the agents who work at the agencies, the big three being CAA, WME, UTA. Entertainment loves a good acronym. Yeah. Agents, essentially their entire job is to sell people. Well, not people, actually, the artists. I think they would sell them if they could. They actually are supposed to sell the talent, the skills behind it. They're supposed to get promotional deals for their artists. They're supposed to, you know.
Yeah, I think that's the right take to have in general. Like, the right observation is what Garnet Hayes is saying in the chat. White people just love to use the N-word. Like, they're desperate to use it all the time. Yeah, it super fucking sucks. Welcome to the stream, by the way.
Super Bowl, which, ironically enough, the Super Bowl doesn't actually pay any of those artists. It's free promo. But anywho, after the agencies, you also have talent management. Now, most artists don't need both a manager and an agent. An agent works with the lawyers to negotiate the deals, whereas the manager is more so a chief of staff, someone who runs an artist day to day, every day. So if you're a small artist, you probably don't actually need a manager. And to be quite frank, a lot of people hire a manager sheerly out of hubris. Your manager will take calls. Your manager speaks to people when you don't want to speak to them. Also, management is supposed to ensure that everything is flowing accordingly between all of the other henchmen behind the scenes. So
I love being gay because I can replace all the N-words with the F slur and stay on flow and avoid being racist at the same time. Fucking hell. Oh, funny. See, I don't know. The reason that I find it hard to agree with is I grew up across two communities. One had a large black community, and then where I went to school, which was a more middle class area. The white people in that first area wouldn't have dreamt of saying it. It was the middle class kids that did. No, of course, I'm not saying like, oh, come on. You know I don't mean, oh, come on, man. You know I don't mean every single white person in the world, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know.
managers make sure that the agent is on track. They also make sure that your publisher is there. They make sure your record label knows what's going on, etc.
Making a song is an investment. You have to put money up front in order to hope that that song carries out to be something. And there's so many songs that we have never heard that people actually did put some money into creating, but we don't hear it simply because of, I don't know, making sure someone's catalog is more concise, whatever reason. And I just couldn't deal with not knowing if a song that I've invested time in, not knowing if people would like it or not.
What was the most unassuming song? Like, you wrote it, you didn't think it was gonna do nothing, but it did something.
California King.
Really?
Yeah, because
huge.
I wrote it, really, I was really looking for a bed.
So when music is created, we often know the vocalist on the final track, and we do not hear the sample vocals.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I wake up one day. Right. The $300, this was the check. Right. Wow. And my sister called me and she go, "You on the radio?" So I'm like, "No, I can't be on the radio." I'll tell her, "Oh." And then you know your tags. Right. My tag was, "Oh, yeah." Oh, yeah. So I thought I was cool. It was like Michael Jackson. I was like, "Oh, yeah." Yeah. So I was like, I'm gonna do that in every demo. So you wake up, it's a hit. You don't realize that you wrote a little bit of it. You don't have anybody that came in that was a witness. And that's where you go wrong. And I'm not gonna name a couple other records, but you learn.
Yeah, I think what's important to remember is that, like, when people say white people love to say the N-word, or just like, white people this, or men this, like, if there's absolutely no reason to add on to that. Hang on a minute, not all men do that, or like not all white people do that, like, because we're not talking about those fucking people. Do you know what I mean? No one is talking about those people who don't do it. The sad reality is those people who don't do the shitty thing are a fucking minority. That's why people say it like that. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, I am sorry, Garnet Hayes, you didn't say that. I just used your opportunity, the opportunity of what you said in chat to be like, yeah, I mean, like, the right thing to say is that, like, yeah, a lot of white people just love to be racist, basically. That's what I was saying.
Only recently, as a collective, we've started
Singer on Ride and Time from Black Box had no clue her voice would be on the final release of the song, and Black Box did everything they could not to credit her. There are so many quote-unquote whaley women who were definitely black who were, like, used in that same way in 90s house tunes and house music and stuff. It was super fucked up. Super fucked up.
To pay attention to the producers and the engineers. Every now and then, we see issues arise when an artist bought a beat for cheap and then the song blows up and the creator possibly wants more of a cut. I don't think this similarly happened with Old Town Road, but I remember Lil Nas X saying, yeah, he just got like a cheap beat, and then that song became one of the biggest songs of all time.
When I finished this beat, I was like, because it's so different than what was already out, I was like, this is not going to go anywhere. The beats that people want to hear, and you have like the rare ones, the ones that are pretty weird. I wanted to just like leave it on my computer or whatever, but I like putting like stuff out that's the special ones. Before Old Town Road, I didn't know Lil Nas X. I had like a beat store. That was my way of making money. And that's how Lil Nas found it. He was just searching for beats online. I was a really small producer, and he was a really small artist. And we were just like both, you know, supporting like the song, promoting the song. And from there, we just built a pretty good relationship.
And I can't help but to remember when Trina was on Queen Radio with Nicki Minaj and was saying like, you know, when are we going to do the music video? And Nicki Minaj was like, basically saying it without saying it, like, girl, I gave you a verse for free. And when we needed the budget and the time to do the music video, you weren't ready.
And when you see me saying, well, is there a budget for radio? Is there a budget for this? Is there a budget for that? Before we decide to shoot a video, and then you see me shoot a video with Megan Thee Stallion, and I'm not saying this is from Trina because this is not from Trina's mouth. This is from her team's mouth. Maybe y'all feel like, oh, why is she shooting a video with Megan and not shooting a video with Trina? Well, it's simple. I always ask people, do you have a budget, you know, to promote the record? That's it.
So there has to be some boundaries there, and it could get tough with that communication. And again, I'm
Old Town Road has a 9 Inch Nails sample in it? No fucking way. No fucking way. How did I not know that? I know where you're coming from. I've taken more of an issue with it recently because I've seen a lot more talk where people have been taking it as an absolute because of the whole terminally onlineness of people. Right, but don't get sucked in to the terminally onlineness of people, you know? Like, liberate yourself from that shit, you know? I've experienced a lot more terminally online people because of the pandemic. It's made me grumpy. I get that, dude. I get that. You know, you gotta put Twitter down sometimes. You just gotta put it down. These people who... Listen, do you have any idea how much I wanted to have, like, multiple takes on the shit that was going down when people were fucking dogpiling that non-binary parent the other day? Do you have any idea how I was losing my fucking mind? The amount of people who absolutely do not have kids that were having that were just like dogpiling this non-binary parent for literally just being like, saying like a regular thing that most parents say. I was losing my fucking shit. I had to just like put the phone down. I had to put the fucking phone down for a day because I was like, I can't look at that shit. I can't look at that. Everyone's insane. Everyone's lost their minds. Absolutely absurd. In the midst of like, you know, right-wingers calling LGBTQ plus individuals groomers, and everybody and the fucking mum on Twitter is diving on this one parent who dared to say, oh my God, being a parent is hard sometimes. Absolutely fucking phenomenally, terminally online nonsense. Absolutely get out of town. You just gotta fucking put it down. You just gotta put it down. You just gotta put the phone down. I'm telling you now from experience, it's just like, holy shit. And you can tell. You can tell how much I've been holding that in. I didn't even want to mention it. Hey Morty, how you doing? I touch grass blocks in Minecraft every day. I'm good.
No longer a Nicki fan, but
the media does a good job, especially in the US, of making people from different communities hate each other. It's pretty horrifying. Yeah, and that happens on social media too. 100%. You know? As per what I was just talking about.
I just wanted to put that example in there. Overall, as the public, we never see the financial management of an artist that we enjoy. Just the glamour, even when they do not have a big hit.
One of the sad, I would say, lies of the music industry is that all these artists are running around living their best life, cash for days. I'm going to say it plainly. Your favorite is riding in a Rentley. Your favorite likely is living paycheck to paycheck, but your favorite, because society is the way society is, has been bamboozled into pretending and to making all of you think that your favorite has some cash. Case in point, this Grammy clip of TLC at the height of their career, literally stating, and quote, that they were broke.
I'll tell it. We're not going to sugarcoat anything anymore. We've been quiet long enough. Can I get an amen? Amen! All right. Well, I'll put it to you this way. We are the biggest selling female group ever. 10 million albums worldwide. We have worked very hard. We have been in this business for 5 years. And we are broke as broke can be. And
Baroque as broke can be.
we're not like trying to be a sad story. If that was the case, we would have been on everybody's talk show talking about how broke we are. We haven't done that. I know it's hard to believe because we've sold so many albums, but it is possible. That's the deal here. And we're not happy at all.
And he talked about how in the 50s that happened a lot. It's shocking that that's happening in the 90s.
It is shocking. It's still happening. I mean, we're examples right now. I mean,
Toni Braxton also notoriously filed for bankruptcy twice.
Damn, I fucking love Toni Braxton as well. Holy shit. That sucks. That fucking sucks so bad. You found a video of the Nine Inch Nails sample? It samples 34 Ghosts from Ghosts once for Trent Reznor is listed as songwriter. Oh, no way.
And I think it's interesting when you think of this, often people have a callous attitude towards, well, they should have handled their money better. The majority of Americans, 70% actually, can't afford a $400 emergency. Yet people want to turn up their nose when their fave from the block makes it and doesn't handle their money better. It's not necessarily about handling your money better. So whether or not you're even given the funds to begin with. Toni Braxton is a great example of this. Toni Braxton had to file for bankruptcy not one, but 2 times. She alleged in court documents that she only received a $2,000 signing bonus. Yet her record label, what she alleged that they did was booked all of these super extravagant, beautiful 90s music videos, if you remember, and then proceeded to say, oh, Toni girl, this is coming out of your signing check. Which was news to her. So her signing bonus, she essentially didn't receive.
Right, 100%. Those we think are living wonderfully are being made to uphold the kayfabe. Those who are truly comfortable can afford to hide away. That's exactly it. That's exactly it, Morty. 100%. It's so fucked. I can't believe this never occurred to me at all. I've just been feeding into a lie this whole time. Yep. Most of the things that we thought were true are just fucking lies. You know, it's one of those things. This is unplugging yourself from the Matrix, gang. This is what it's about. It's about deconnecting yourself from this fucking machine, from these like rigid, authoritative, structures that bind us basically to the machine. And it's all because 1% of the people on the earth, 1% of people on the earth are just like, they're just in charge of everything. And they are desperate to hold on to that power, No, I'm definitely not Neo, not at all. Like, I'm like helping Morpheus unplug people. I feel like Sophie from Mars is Morpheus, and I'm helping. I'm like Tank, Yeah. That's my role.
Any of it because they use that for promotion. And
she's right about America. Most of us are poor, third world nation wearing a Gucci belt. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely, yeah, 100%.
Instead of the original
I was a liberal all along. Yeah, it's okay, Truno. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. And that's a good point as well, Shafiq. Yeah, we are all Neo. Yeah, that's a good point.
Of record labels, which
no one's more special than each other. That's the vibe that we got to keep,
We're going to promote you. We have your access to resources. We know so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. They were like, yeah, we know them, but also you're going to pay for this. So again, what is really the purpose of a record label? Everyone assumes that the musicians are rich. However, there's the musicians and the artists and the people behind the artists. The real money bags. Timothy Taylor, sound expertise, So I really think we need to take a look at things like our processes, like commodification, not just as things that happen because there's a music industry, but we need to look at agents, who make it happen. People who figure out how to turn something that wasn't a commodity into a commodity, and how that gets done, how it gets quote unquote translated, and who are the people behind these translations. As somebody who used to work in the music industry as an entertainment lawyer,
the whole point was Jesus was an everyman. We all have Neo inside us. We are all Muad'Dib. I fucking hope we're not all Muad'Dib. Oh my god, no spoilers for the rest of the Dune movies, but I fucking hope to god none of us are Muad'Dib. Holy shit.
I'll let you know right now.
Splutnu, what's going on?
Unscrupulous people behind the scenes. Let's go back to 1998. A young Birdman from New Orleans popped up on the scene. And in what has rarely been seen in music history since, he signed a distribution deal for Cash Money Records, his label, with Universal, a deal in which he received 85% of Cash Money's royalties, 50% of publishing and ownership of all masters. Fast forward to the 2010s, who was then signed to Cash Money and, by association, Birdman. Lil Wayne, Nicki Minaj, Drake. What was very interesting to see in the case that then followed, Birdman made it. He outsmarted them all and had his own distribution deal, something that artists rarely see. And instead of giving that knowledge to his protégés, he decided he would use it to control them, which then proceeded to ensue in a large legal battle in which Lil Wayne sued Cash Money for money owed, for royalties. Sometimes your boys ain't your boys.
How exactly did Cash Money's business music cash multiplier Lil Wayne go from calling the Cash Money Records co-founder Birdman my daddy to suing him for a hefty $51 million? Lil Wayne felt like the label was refusing to release his Carter 5 project and violating the terms of his contract. Wayne was not only ready to bounce off as a soloist, but he was ready to take his superstar Young Money roster of Drake and Nicki Minaj with him. It got with Lil Wayne dissing Baby in songs, during concerts. Lil Wayne's label issues intensified, with the rapper suing the Universal Music Group for $40 million, seeking to reclaim profits made from Young Money artists Drake, Nicki Minaj, and Tyga. On September 18, 2016, Lil Wayne was reported to have accused Birdman of thieving half of the $100 million advance UMG had initially given to Young Money to use towards royalties, marketing, and recording expenses. With their friendship turning on and off over the years, with the potential reconciliation looking possible one day and impossible the next, we're just happy they were finally able to put their differences aside and reconnect.
And then let's not forget when Lil Baby basically pressed Osiris for I think $5,000 while he was allegedly spending $300,000.
Oh, sorry, let me get my 5 in, bro. I can't wait to get you. I can't. You right now. He's so funny. He's so funny, man. I'm dead. See, I made rap go up and down.
So a lot of these artists, there's behind the scenes conversations that we don't know about people preferring.
Lil Wayne showed up an hour late to one festival I went to in 2019. Yeah, for sure. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, it's like one of the fucking takes I saw on Twitter this week, which was like another sort of like terminally online take, was when people were mad that 100 gecs got pushed off stage, right? Now, it's absolutely right to be mad that that happened, but some people were saying like, this is the most disrespectful I've ever seen the music industry. Like, tell me you don't know anything about the music industry without actually telling me, you know? Like, come on, man. Like, what, are you serious? Like, what are you, yeah, just because they like pushed your faves off stage? Come on, man. Come on. I think that happened at Coachella, didn't it? Yeah, the sleeper must awaken. Yeah, that's true at least. I agree. Morpheus, Orpheus, go eat some walruses. I like that. Surprisingly, Lana Del Rey has a real good song on the commodification of music. It's not a topic I ever saw her writing about, but for free, it's pretty amazing. Wait, she did it for free? That's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking dope.
To flex rather than pay people.
I always wanted blue eyes. We can all have some spice. We can all have a bit of spice. That's fine. You know, it is 420 day. So we could go to Arrakis and we can have some spice as a treat. That is a ridiculous and very online take, as you say. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so stupid. Like, you know, like I understand that you get like attached to a band or an artist or whatever, But sitting there and being like, the music industry has been so disrespectful today, the most disrespectful I've ever seen it. Yeah, well, yeah, the most disrespectful you've ever seen it, because you've clearly not seen it before. You know? Fucking hell. God damn it. Like, just what an incredibly online tape. Happy 420. Happy birthday, Weed. Happy birthday, Weed. I'm so glad Weed was born this day 420 years ago.
Back just so much. It's like, why do you all do this? I call it masochistic. Like, you're actively harming yourself. Why? And then sometimes the overproduction in music industries can elevate songs. So Vanessa Carlton's 1,000 Miles was a song process that I learned so much from. I mean, the song started out originally beautiful, and then a record label was able to take it to new heights, but just all the back and forth to even get the song there is exhausting, you know? And of course the song worked out, but what if it didn't? Could we have gotten such a song like that in a less, like, coercive way? And then of course there are writing camps, and there are long studio sessions where people just jam out to create a song.
As she said earlier in the video, the idolizing of these musicians as celebs just shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, spot on. Absolutely spot on.
Because of capitalism, these things shouldn't, a money exchange shouldn't hinder or create resentment from these collaborations. And there are creative debates, and usually the bottom line is, well, which one is actually going to make us money? And it should be, which one is actually going to make us all feel good about this song? Right. So now we're going to go into touring examples.
The assumption is that most artists don't actually make money from their music. However, they mostly make money from touring. So when they get up on stage, do a little two-step, rap for you, sing for you, that's where the cash is coming in. However, it's not always that way. Case in point, let's go back to a case I did over a year ago about Migos and how they sued their lawyer once they realized their lawyer was unscrupulously and allegedly representing both Migos as well as their management. AKA their lawyer decided, you know what? Let's double the fees for me.
Rather than draft the agreement the parties included, Greenwich drafted the operating agreement in such a way to provide Wire and effectively was granted a perpetual, here goes to perpetual again, exclusive license to distribute Migos branded merchandise. Perpetuity means forever. Exclusive means it's just you and that person. Non-exclusive means...
There's that perpetuity again.
In the context of business relationship, you should definitely want to see other people. Granderson then negotiated to have Migos enter into a licensing agreement with Bravado.
If you want a truly depressing realization, do some research. The origins of the word marijuana in the US. It came from a racist guy running for office during the Prohibition era. Yeah, we actually spoke about that on Convos with Comrades, I believe, when me, Sophie from Mars, and Thought Slime spoke about psychedelics. We touched on criminalization of drugs and how it basically explicitly exists to hurt marginalized people, specifically Black, Brown, Latino people. Black and Brown and Latino people and Indigenous people as well. It's super fucked up. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Trash Cam, what's going on? Welcome in. The video was good. Hell yeah, it was. I'm glad you liked it. Yo, go check out my socials. I got lots of videos on YouTube. Go check it out. New video came out today. Fighting doomerism, all that kind of stuff. Get involved. Get it done. Get subbed. Get liking. Get commenting. And don't forget as well, actually, to sub and like and play this video in the background on mute while we watch this together. Because we want to help out our fellow leftist content creators. And this is the first video I've seen from Fab Socialism, and I think an absolutely great channel. Phenomenal channel. Fucking brilliant.
Bravado International Group merchandising services that granted Bravado rights to sell merchandise that overlapped with the rights.
And as well, Stephanie's channel, Wine and Chill. I believe that's the channel right there. For some reason, I don't know why my rich link preview isn't working on FrankFaceC, but I think those are the correct links. Just let me know if they're not right, Shafiq.
Erroneously granted to Design Studio LLC. So basically what they're saying is their attorney drafted them this agreement when it should have been non-exclusive, because of course with merchandising rights, you want whoever has the best price should be the winner. So if so...
Whoa, what the fuck? If you get into a new contract and sell old merch that shows promo stuff from old albums, your old label still makes money off that? I hate that perpetuity shit. So much. Fuck that noise.
And so
capitalism is perpetually a pile of shit. Got him. Absolutely got him. They're the right links. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sells hats for 9 cents and the other person sells hats for 7 cents. Obviously, you want to make more profit. You're going with the person that makes the hats for 7 cents. Same quality. What's the difference? And then you want, somebody else to make the shirts and whatever have you. By saying that the license was perpetual and exclusive, they were stuck with Design Studio. They then alleged that the attorney went and found another merchandising company and was like, oh yeah, let's enter into agreement too. That's not how exclusivity works. Exclusive means me and you till death do us part. We are exclusive.
God damn it.
This is why I'll get into arguments with people, not understanding what exclusivity means. We are exclusive, so that means ain't nobody else. You can't enter into these other contracts. By entering these other contracts, then Migos got sued by the person they were supposed to be exclusive with.
Coming back to the present day, what's interesting about that case is their attorney never appeared in court. The case actually eventually was dropped because they could never properly serve the attorney. That's a strategy. That's definitely a duck and dodge strategy.
Yep, 1000%.
When you legally go someone, that's a level of hubris the world has rarely seen.
So this article from the Socialist Revolution that talks about music and the decline of capitalism, it really humbles people on the whole, well, artists are touring nowadays to make money, so it's okay. People use it as like, oh, like artists aren't really making money from their music. They have to tour to make music. Go do it. You'll make your money, right? But it's actually not okay. Some people assert that artists should instead support themselves by touring endlessly. However, there are several aspects to this argument that expose it is not ideal. The price of an average concert ticket increased by 400% between 1981 and 2012, as compared to 150%.
That's the fuckery of capitalism, innit? Supply and demand. If there's more demand, the price goes up. And that's just how it fucking works. And so, less people are going to want to afford... less people are gonna want to go to shows because the price is going up. Oh, it just fucking sucks so bad.
% rise in overall consumer prices. In other words, average people can't afford to attend as many concerts in the past.
I cannot tell you how fucking gutted I was when I wanted to go and see Limp Bizkit and Korn like in 2016, and I missed the day that the tickets came out, and scalpers got all of them. And the tickets originally were like pretty expensive anyway. They were like 70 quid or something. The scalpers bumped up that price to like 140 quid. I had to pay 140 quid to go and see Limp Bizkit and Korn. Bands from 20 years ago, they're not even relevant anymore.
Like the decline of our economy, despite people on the news being very false about it.
Yeah, and the supply and demand thing isn't even how it works, because even when there's more supply, the cost still doesn't go down. Yeah, it should be renamed, right? It should be renamed like, I don't know, just like demand make price go up. It should just be called that,
Many of us cannot afford concerts, and that's why like these festivals are getting more and more dangerous, because they're trying to keep the cost cheap, but also having lots of people there, and it is a recipe for disaster. Every time I see concert tickets and prices, I'm like, I can't afford this. Because, first of all, sometimes I don't want to be in general admission.
Cost prime, yeah.
I would like to have a seat, I don't want to be squished up on people, having people rub up on my body. And I should be able to have that option and it not cost me $1,000. The top 5% of concert performers take home nearly 90% of concert revenues. The lengths to which those in this strata go to remain successful is increasingly relentless. And again, think of your girl Beyonce, the hugest person who makes like the most revenue touring. That's not easy on her. That's a lot that she has to keep up. And it's only projected to get bigger and better, and that's more exhausting for the individual. The profit margins are just spectacular. The band fees are triple, quadruple, even quintuple that of a regular gig. Every artist I've spoken to, they'd say that they wish that it didn't have to be this way and they didn't have to survive off their music like this.
Can we just do it again without the negative saying that you don't like the tour? Just
I don't like it though.
I know, but see,
I go through hell.
What is it setting up though? I don't understand.
I go through hell touring. Okay, then I'll make it positive then.
Yeah, it's just
well, you know the truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
And action, Michael.
I love to tour.
What the fuck?
You guys messed that up.
Just say
Why you all start laughing? I'm ready to get into it.
Another problem is that more and more live music venues are closing due to rising property prices and now the pandemic.
All right, Harley Quinn, see you later. Thank you so much for being here.
Because this article was written before the pandemic.
Sploot News says, I wanted to see Iggy Pop. He was doing a special gig with members of Queens of the Stone Age. Missed the sale. Touts were selling, what, a £30 ticket for 250 quid. 250 quid? Insane. That's the reason why I only go see these kinds of bands at festivals. Wacken costs, I think, €200 now. It's an experience. Every music fan should go at least once, but the tickets sell out within days. Yeah, for sure. Festivals are good like that. 100%. 100%. There's videos of Amazon warehouses destroying stock, some hundreds of thousands of items, because if they don't sell them, they have a larger supply, so the price goes down. So instead of selling the items cheaper, they destroy them. It's manufactured scarcity. That is absolutely correct. Yes. Which is why it's so important that Amazon warehouses are going to fucking unionize, because hopefully that kind of like horrific work will just stop, you know? I don't know. I don't know if unionizing is going to stop that kind of stuff, because that's controlled by, I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I might be wrong with that, but I feel like the unionization of Amazon warehouses is going to stop a lot of those horrific business practices. Because I imagine that fucks with the worker down the line anyway somewhere, right? You know?
In 2015, The Guardian reported on a recent study conducted by Help Musicians UK indicated that more than 60% of touring musicians have suffered from psychological ailments. The situation is even more difficult for DJs due to touring speeds. This is why so many musicians become alcoholics and addicts and eventually die. If you look at the mortality rates of people who tour, it is an incredibly dangerous profession. People die really young. In the United States, at least, this risk is also even worsened because this country has really horrible healthcare. Some artists start off heavily addicted to drugs, and touring can only increase that, and the psychological parts of fame. Even as a YouTuber, again, there's parallels, because you're not supposed to consume so many thoughts of people. You're not supposed to consume all these numbers of people viewing you.
Okay, I'm not even nearly as big as Fab Socialism, I don't think. Actually, let's have a look. I don't know. What? How big is okay, no, I'm not nearly as big as Fab Socialism. And I made an hour today to go through my comments on the last video that I did, and I looked at all the comments that I got, not just on the last video, but on previous videos that I've not seen and not responded to and stuff, and it was fucking overwhelming. Not even that, right? Not even just that, but also I was checking out comments that are held for review. You know, people being fucking nasty and shit and spamming links and stuff. And that's even fucking bigger. There's way more comments like that as well. And it's just it is so overwhelming. Fab Socialism is spot on right here. It is not normal to consume that many people's thoughts at once. And sometimes when they're even really nice comments, it'll be oh, by the way, you said this, and, you know, I just wanted to point out that actually it's this. And it's no, yeah, that's what I said. So it's even sometimes when you read nice comments, they misinterpret what you've said a little bit because they've not listened properly, or it's I've not communicated it that well. And it's oh, God damn it. It's just, hella mentally taxing. Absolutely crazy. You know, reading Twitch chat is bad enough, you know? Think about the time when Just Johnny completely destroyed one of my speedrun attempts because he's speaking about impossibly pregnant dogs. You know? Think about that. Capitalism is hell on earth. The Western oligarchs are lords of hell. True. Hope Amazon union fights for shorter work week and hours. Better pay is good. Need to have that labor convo too. Hell yeah. Unions are amazing. The only thing that can stop that kind of stuff is outlawing the ability for people like Bezos and for massive amounts of wealth. Damn right. Damn right. You saw Snoop, Tool, and Devo all in one day at Lollapalooza 97. Oh, I wish I could have gone to Lollapalooza. That shit would have been cool as hell. I was looking into if unions could push better environmental policies within companies. Couldn't find any examples. I think it would be reasonable. I mean, at the end of the day, right, a union is step one, isn't it, right? A union is step one to a worker-owned co-op, right? Because if you have the power to literally say, yo, we're your workers. Whoa, what's going on? Trap Bad Trash Can, thank you so much for the 2 quid. We are now at a nice, smooth, round 500 quid of the April dono goal. Gang, that means only 200 quid to get to the 700 goal and that day of Phasmo and Among Us with you and me. Oh my God. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, Trampine Trash Can. Appreciate you. And thank you for all the support in general. But where was I now? If unions are the start of workers basically saying to the CEOs, hey, listen, we own this means of production, not you, then it's the start of a worker-owned co-op. And when workers own the means of production, then their interests are that of the workers as well. And it is in every worker's interest to reduce environmental damage, right? So I think it makes sense. I think that it is totally possible, right? In the long scheme, in the grand scheme of things.
That affects your sanity if you're not actively combating it. I take so many social media breaks, you know? And those social media breaks are not conducive to my income. That only hurts me. And I have to make that sacrifice because I'd rather be sane than to have a stable income off of YouTube, which is why I hope I get a job soon. Okay, so I hope me and Stephanie gave you all a lot to think about, and I hope that, again, this video is one of many that starts to be like, the way capitalism is affecting music isn't okay. And I wish a lot of artists will be their own advocates, because again, we see so many artists that don't say it publicly, but they divest. They make a certain amount of money. They actually spend it appropriately and live within their means to have a pretty successful life up until they die. Successful meaning they can make a living off the music they created in the past and perform when they need, keep their rent paid, take care of their kids if they have them, travel if they'd like. So many people let that hustle and bustle drain their bank accounts, you know? Thank you for watching, and I can't wait to hear everyone's takes. And again, I love watching little musical documentaries here on YouTube of a bunch of different celebrities, and no matter how many of those I watch, it always for me is like, it wouldn't have to be like this if it wasn't for the money. As long as, you know, being able to make some money off of music and live a certain lifestyle, horrible deals are going to continue. Because again, people rather be like, they'd rather be in a fancy cage, you know, rather than a regular cage like everybody else who consumes their music. So I just want artists to take a stand eventually. And it's also because, like, when people do talk about anti-capitalism and socialism and yada yada, they aren't connecting it to music, fashion, and the things we enjoy. It's a serious topic. It's a serious topic. So usually people connect it to like oppression and slavery and all of these things. But those parallels are in the things that we enjoy. So people need to feel like they have the confidence to draw those parallels because they are there. They're not false equivalencies. So yeah, again, thank you for watching, and it was fun.
Hell yeah. I fucking love Fab Socialism. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. Let's go. Entertainment is a human necessity. Prove me wrong. It is. Bread and circuses, right? Bread and circuses. Absolutely fucking necessary. Absolutely fucking necessary. Also, to go back to the subject, worker democracy is crucial if we want to stop these nightmares. Yeah, 100%. Don't forget to show some love. I've popped the links in the chat up above to Fab Socialism and Wine and Chill with Stephanie. Go and give them both a sub. Phenomenal content creators. There's only one thing that I would criticize about that video, and that is that the audio levels were all over the place. You could see me like sort of like trying to get the fucking the volume mixer and just be like, okay, this bit's gonna be loud, let's bring it down. But other than that, fucking phenomenal, you know? Absolutely phenomenal. Love that shit. 100%. Yeah, please go follow Just Johnny as well. Just Johnny's here as well. Socialism is when artists are treated like people. That's right. That's right. There's a reason that citizen happiness is the hardest thing to manage in Civilization 6. Yep. True. So that was dope. I really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that video. What time are we on here? Okay, it's 10 o'clock. And how long have I been live? I've been live for nearly 3 hours? What the hell? So another 20 minutes and I'll have been live for 3 hours. Alright, okay. Well, it's time for us to watch some cursed content. You know what time it is, gang. It's Goblin time. We're going back into just chatting. Leftist audio being leftist audio as per usual. I feel like I'm the only leftist that has good audio. You were doing a little edit during that and occasionally jumped out of your seat. Yeah, Stephanie came on pretty peaky, yeah. A bit of distortion there with the mic, yeah. It's Goblin mode. It's Goblin time. Everybody's buzzing for Goblin time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This song is a bop. Oh, Splootnoot, listen. This playlist is fucking spot on. Right, gang. Go stretch your legs, hydrate yourself, all that kind of nonsense. I'm gonna go have a quick bio break. I'll be back in a tick. Time to rescue that sandwich. It is. It's time to rescue the sandwich. We've got so much Goblin content to watch, and not just Erwin Saunders. We've got more videos. More weird Goblin videos. Holy fucking shit. Alright, gang. I'll be right back. See you in a tick. Everyone's been talking about the Snickers dick vein, and I want a Snickers. Everybody's been going on about it. I can't believe it.
I came to tell you about the
Oh, okay. I just clicked on the first video and it's already very good. I just clicked on the first video that we're going to be watching and it's already incredibly good. The Snickers dick vein. I was hanging out with TTK earlier. He was in full gremlin mode. It's been a Goblin day for me. Fuck yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. I'm currently rewatching Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Crystal. The soundtrack fucking slaps. Aww. I just learned you could compete in esports with Farming Simulator. Hell yeah, let's go. Hey Husker, how are you doing? First they came for the green M&M, and then they came for the Snickers dick vein. Tucker was right. He was right. He was right. He predicted it. Right. Let's set this up. Will we fall for every single socially engineered marketing campaign? Ban brands from social media. They didn't actually take away the dick vein. Snopes had to put an article out saying that it was false. The funniest shit I've ever seen. Right. Okay. It's time for Goblin. It is just time for Goblin, you know? It's fucking Goblin mode time. I'm putting that same content warning up, gang. Across the individuals, you know. You need to be ready. You need to be prepared for these videos. 100%. All right. All right. And transition. There we go. There we go. All right, gang. You ready? Are you ready?
Game over.
Okay. Let's go.
I came to tell you about the forest. Not about glades and berries. I came to tell you about the dark side of those places and their true master, whose name
This is already amazing. This is already amazing.
is a wood goblin. Nobody knows exactly what it really looks like. If it's a disembodied spirit capable of materializing in any state, or some kind of a creature of plant origin. It has a diverse temper. Sometimes it can make fun of people, and sometimes severely punish, especially for disrespecting the forest.
This has to be a joke. This has to be a joke.
Hi, I'm Top Cat, and these are 5 real wood goblins caught on camera.
Play it again, play it again, play it again. Pull that one up, pull that one up.
Hi, I'm Top Cat, and these are 5 real wood goblins caught on camera.
That's gotta be an alert. That's gotta be a fucking alert. 100%. 100%. I'm thinking about reworking all of my alerts and stuff and like just doing like a revamp of the channel art and whatnot. And holy shit, that's definitely a contender. That's definitely a contender.
Number 1. A rather frightening video was filmed by a young girl
Hell
in
yeah.
the night forest.
Oh, hell
Luckily,
yeah.
She didn't even get scared because she didn't notice all the
Look at this fucking, look at this suggested. 5 giant Slenderman caught on camera. Okay, I need every single one. I need every single one. Oh, I need every single one.
He's cold.
I need every single one of these videos. Every single one of them. Oh my god, Butts, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in. Gang, please go follow Butts. He's a phenomenal individual. How are you doing? What's going on, gorgeous? To kill a lizard, hello. How are you? If the gods are listening, please let one of these 5 just be mule tripping on shrooms. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be. Is this narrated by Tommy Wiseau? It's Tommy Wiseau. We found his secret YouTube channel. That's right. We found it. We found it.
horror that could happen to her. Only after a few days examining the footage, she noticed a 2-second frame with a wood goblin who huddled.
Okay, a 2-second frame, right? Okay, straight away, my videographer knowledge is pecking at my head. Pecking at my head to say there's no such thing as a 2-second frame unless it's like a still frame for 2 seconds, which is like impossible because most fucking frame like based footage is like 25 frames a second. Like, come on, this is not correct.
Among the branches.
Let's see it. Come on. Where? Wait, where? Little cheeky gremlin face in there. Little cheeky gremlin face. There he is. That's just me when I'm in Goblin mode. That's just me when I'm in Goblin mode. That's all it is. That's me in a tree. You know, it's 3 a.m. I wanted to go out and get all Goblin, so I climbed a tree. Come on, man.
Number 2. If you don't have a brain, but have a whole bag of firecrackers, something very terrible must happen.
This person has to be making up this accent. It can't be real. It can't be real.
For example, in this video, 2 teenagers decided to let off some fireworks and almost burnt the forest. Surely, the reaction of the wood goblin was instant. After the first firecracker, the guys heard a very eerie roar.
That's a fox. That's a fox in heat. That's what they sound like. That's just a fox in heat.
Of course, as it's common in the genre, and because they had a little brain, the guys went to the source of the sound to find out what it was.
Because they had a little brain, he said. Because they had a little brain.
The guys went to the source, as it's common in the genre, and because they had a little brain, the guys went to the source of the sound to find out what it was.
Oh, I fucking love it so much.
What is that? Do you hear that? Do you hear that?
Oh, it's Goblin time.
What is that? Dude, what is that?
It's a badger.
We should get the hell out of here. I'm not getting near that. I'm not getting near that. Dude, we gotta get the hell out of here. No. Run. We get the hell out of here. Oh yeah, get it.
What's going on?
We need to get the car.
Go get it.
We need to get the car.
No, go see if it's injured.
We need to get the car.
Dude, this is Snap Gold. Go get it. Yeah, man, you got the phone.
Dude, what? Is it still there?
Actual footage of me going to the bathroom at night. This is just a drunk guy that they found in the woods.
Go! No!
Run! Run! We gotta get the car. What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell?
That's just a naked guy. That's just a naked guy. Get out of town, dude. Come on, that's just a naked guy.
We gotta get the car. What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell?
It's just a naked guy with a fucking bag on his head.
Number 3. This video was filmed by a forest idiot. Sorry for being rude to this guy. Just don't understand why the hell he had to roam in the woods at night. Of course, he had a camera that filmed something really eerie.
Uh-huh. Oh, I love this. 480p, 12 frames a second. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. This is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Aren't naked guys just basically goblins? I am when I'm naked, to be fair. Full-on goblin mode. Yep.
Recording with night vision right now. I've been hearing the sounds in the back of my woods.
Dude, why have you recorded this on a shoe?
Quite a bit. The heck is that? Oh my god!
That's a fucking possum!
At this moment, I want to say only one thing.
Fuck this.
If you look into these eyes for a long time, you can assume that the wood goblin planted flowers until it was, interrupted. Number 4. For local
I love this channel. I love this channel so much.
residents, this path is very important. as it connects their village with the city. But people were attacked here repeatedly.
This is the only path. It's the only path that protects the village to the city. It's the only one.
By some unknown forest spirit. This is exactly why locals put hidden cameras on the trees by the path. And one day, the 12th camera captured something very mystical and paranormal.
That's not a goblin. That's just one of those shadow creatures. That's all that is. Shall I show you what that actually is? Shall I show you what that actually is, right? So this is one of the scariest bits. Listen, I'm a ghost guy, right? I actually fully believe that like ghosts are real and shit. I don't care if you take the piss. I'm not bothered. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I don't give a fuck. I legit believe, right? And it's just for a couple of reasons, but like one of the best pieces of footage I've ever seen in my entire life. Let me see if I can bring this up. I think I've got it in my favorites playlist on YouTube. Like I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're like dead people or whatever, or like they're just like interdimensional beings that we don't understand or whatever. But like I fully believe in them. Where is this video now? Where's my favorites? There it is. I wonder if it is in my favorites. Let's have a look. Here it is. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, this footage is super spooky. This is absolutely fucking... This footage gives me like actual chills when I watch it. You could all have a laugh with me at it. You know what I mean? You could all laugh at me if you don't believe it and stuff. I don't care. It's good content. But this is all that happened in that last video. It's just this.
Tapes doesn't quite hold up to today's digital standards. They did share one remarkable trait: the ability to capture ghosts.
Okay, that's just Michael Myers. That's not a ghost.
Nearly 30 years ago, a young man in England filmed something on VHS that's considered to be one of the most authentic ghost...
Okay, Europeans in the chat, right? Europeans in the chat. I want to ask Europeans, right? Because I'm agnostic. I neither prove or disprove what you believe. I don't really care. However, goblins are real. Yes, exactly. Right. Right, listen. Europeans, I've got to ask this, because apparently it's like a big thing that in Europe, people just like don't even remotely even consider ghosts. They're just like, ghosts, forget it. What a load of nonsense. But in the UK, it's like super popular to like believe in ghosts and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if it's just like a UK and a US thing or whatever. I know that in Jamaica they do, but like that's like a colony in it. It's like an ex-colony and stuff. So I don't know if there's any colonial influence in that or whatever, but I don't want to jump to, you know, conclusions or anything. You used to break into a cemetery to ghost hunt when you were a teenager. I used to do that shit all the time to kill a lizard. I used to do that shit all the fucking time. We used to fuck around with Ouija boards and stuff, and it was so bad. It was so bad. I genuinely believe that we, like, let something weird into one of my friend's house. You know? I stopped being a belief cop when, after years of being one, I was convinced that someone read someone else's mind, among other impossible things. There's all sorts of weird shit in this world that we don't understand. And just because capitalism hasn't funded scientists to figure it out doesn't mean that it's not real. You know? That's what I would say. Anyway, this footage is super spooky.
Captures. To date.
There are loads of ghost folklore stories in Germany. Every single medieval fortress has its own white woman ghost tale. Oh. You had a penchant for walking home from a pub on Dartmoor at midnight across the moorlands, wondering if I'm a cryptid to some person. Oh, funny. Spirit boards are awesome. I still use them. Just always have to remember to close it by saying goodbye. Okay. That's how we fucked up, probably. 100%. Yeah. Under communism, we will meet ghost comrades. I hope so, yeah. My sister and a friend were really into goth culture. This led them to trying to do spells with drawing all sorts of symbols on the floor of our garage. Whoa. I don't know about that much stuff. I don't care about ghosts, to be honest. Ghosts are just people. That's speaking with some confidence right there. Holy shit. Case ID, Vintage Haunt.
1992. West Yorkshire, England. After a series of strange events, like the sound of footsteps throughout the house, doors closing on their own, and the feeling of being pulled out of bed in the middle of the night, 15-year-old Adam...
What is it with this audio? Oh yeah, it's fucking, it's someone's like ripped it off a VHS or something.
Mawson was convinced that his home was haunted. So he set up his father's video camera on a tripod in various rooms in the house, pressed record,
yeah, someone filmed their TV, yeah.
and left. He repeated this over the course of a few months, recording several VHS tapes worth of footage in the process.
What's with the audio? The ghosts are leftists. Yeah, that's right.
Then he sat down to watch them.
Would you live in your dream home, but it's next to a graveyard? Only if I was certain that my dream home hadn't been built on top of the graveyard and they just moved the gravestones like they did in the Poltergeist movies. Because, holy shit, fuck that. Fuck that noise.
Now, 28 years later, Adam takes us through his incredible footage.
My name is Adam, and this is my video. I was intrigued. I wanted to know what it was. You are at that age. You want to figure out what is going on. We had about 7 tapes from different rooms. We spooled through about 3 of the tapes.
It didn't take long to see that he had captured some startling activity. First, listen carefully. As the sound of loud footsteps can be heard.
We got the running up and down the stairs, which was really freaky. That creeps us out.
But those sounds pale in comparison to what was captured on a camera.
Okay, and this is the thing that does it for me, right? This is the thing that does this footage for me. This kid was 15 at the time, right? In 1992. There weren't any, like, ghost programs out there, like fucking, you know, Most Haunted and shit like that. Like, there were none of these, like... and even when Most Haunted was out, it wasn't, like, that popular, right? When it first came out. And that was in, like, 1999 or something. In the UK, anyway. There was maybe, like, what? Ghostbusters, the movie? But that was, like, so clearly, like, a movie, you know? That it was, like, yeah, whatever. Like, it was, like, at the tail end of the New Age movement and stuff, so, you know... But this guy was 15, so it was like, did he actually, you know, absorb any of that shit? Or is it just because this shit was actually happening in his house? And then it's like, you know, he sets up his dad's video camera and he gets this shit. Like, he's definitely not going to know how to, like, edit videos this well on a fucking, like, you know, magnetic tape recorded fucking thing, right?
That was set up in the hallway just outside of his bedroom door. Watch closely.
Yeah, that one that you're on about, JMN, that was out in like 1995. Ghostwatch. Oh, it came out in 1992? Oh, did it? Oh. Oh, it was 1992. Oh, well, okay. Well, in that case, I rescind my argument. This is probably fake.
As a shadowy figure seems to materialize in front of a wicker chair. It moves in and out of the frame. Then, finally, exits through a wall on the left.
Ah, that could be a shadow. Now that I think about it, it could totally be a shadow. Okay, forget it. All right, forget it. Let's go back to Goblin mode. As soon as someone pointed it out to me that it was like, yeah, you know, Ghostwatch came out in 1992, I was like, oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's probably not real. Okay, never mind. I still believe in ghosts, though. Goblins over ghosts. It's goblin content today, yeah.
I know that many can call their neighbors strange creatures.
What?
Is really unlucky. It's those who live next to the forest. Like, for example, this man who filmed his neighbor, a wood goblin, when it was standing on the man's doorstep.
What is that?
Oh my god. What is that?
Neighbors can be goblins, I agree, yeah.
That's it. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Brilliant. Flawless video. Let's check this out. Attaboy Alien Channel.
This man has a real goblin.
What? Oh, it's this one. We've seen this one. Wait, why is this like 53 seconds long? Is it just this one?
This Iranian man has found a real elf.
That's a monkey, bro. That's a fucking monkey with a wig on. Hey, Sarduti. Okay, that fucking sucked. That one sucked. Are we really gonna have to go back to Erwin's channel?
Erwin Saunders' channel was created in September.
Oh shit, this is someone reviewing Erwin's channel. Pixies, real or CGI?
September 2017, and the uploaded videos were focusing on the topic of searching pixies in the woods of the United Kingdom. In the first video, the man who introduced himself as Erwin Saunders explained that he's been doing research on pixies for 25 years and he will be attempting to look for pixies in the woods. I can tell for sure that the scenery is very beautiful and amazing. The woods are truly wonderful, very green and look really fresh. So in the first video, Erwin didn't see any pixies, but he did catch a pixie in his second video.
Massive faux pas. Calling a goblin an elf, yeah.
He was doing it.
Oh, look, it's this one. We've watched this one. We've watched this one.
It's okay. Let's... there. Ah, well...
Extremely Russian video moment, yep.
Got a shot of one. Let me just keep it up there.
Throughout the entire series, Erwin films pixies which sometimes appear and do random stuff, but this doesn't happen in every video. The last video dates July 10th, 2019, so Erwin haven't posted since then. That video didn't have the vibe of being lost, and it didn't look like Erwin is giving up on this channel, but still, there are no more uploads up to this day. Despite the fact that this channel was created in late...
I love that, I don't know what's funnier, Erwin's channel in general, or that this guy is like legit being like, is it real?
2017, it gained most attention recently in 2020 as YouTube started to recommend this to the viewers. This might be one of the reasons why Erwin quit, as in April 2018 he complained that he has no views, but he was very happy that he had about 70 subscribers at that time.
Also, quite a few people have subscribed lately. I might have mentioned that. That's given me a bit more encouragement to do some more. So thank you for everyone that has subscribed. I think there's something around 70 at the moment. So.
Now, at the time of creating these videos in September 2020, Erwin has 62,000 subscribers, thanks to YouTube algorithm, which eventually started to recommend this channel. Of course, for many people the videos are obviously a CGI, while for others this is real, or they want to believe that it is real.
For others, this is real.
Many people are confused and are asking questions in the comment section under videos whether the pixies are real or computer generated. However, for many people these videos are not even about pixies. They enjoy the scenery, they like Erwin, and many say that his videos calm them down and reduce anxiety. People love the videos and Irwin's personality, and for many it doesn't matter if pixies are real or fake. For the true believer...
Stop right there, bro. It's fake. It's very obviously CGI. It's fake. Like, what's the point of this video?
I want to say I'm sorry, but this is a CGI. The easiest video to spot that this is a CGI for me was the video called Searching for Wilton's Pixies. Take a look at this pixie's right hand. Here its hand becomes almost transparent for a second, becomes too elastic and extends too much.
I mean, you could have said, like, the fact that it looks absolutely cartoonish. The guy's like, look at its arm. A real pixie, his arm wouldn't go like that. But it's not. Yo, do us a favor, Cynthia. Don't be saying the R. You know, like in that format, that you've just done it. And do you know what I mean? Like R-E-E-E-E-E. It's a pretty ableist meme. I know that you probably didn't know that, so I'm not, you know, shitting on you and stuff. But yeah, if we just not use that, that'd be great. Yeah, it's the hand. It's the hand that's the giveaway. They're the person who says that WWE is fake, like, fam.
And now look at its right leg. When Pixie lifts...
You could just be like, no. Like, look how they move.
Its foot, you can see a shadow underneath it, and then the pixie puts its leg on the ground.
Yeah,
but
appreciate you,
the shadow
Cynthia.
still exists under the foot, and the foot is not actually landed on the ground.
Okay, right, listen. I don't want to watch a video talking about how Irwin is not real.
This is the group.
I want to be watching Top Cat's video, 5 giant underground creatures caught on camera.
Cave. It's in Georgia, and it's 7,200.
Oh, by the way, I think Buttocks asked me what I was eating. I just had a protein bar. Nothing special. Sorry.
8 feet deep. But the Krubera Cave is not the deepest.
We love you, Top Cat.
And this year, the record was beaten by the cave named after a Rufkin. It's 7,230 feet deep. And if you think that it's just a hole leading down for a couple of miles, then you're wrong. This is a colossal network of canals resembling a giant labyrinth. For example, the total length of the Siebenhanster Cave in Switzerland is 95.5 miles. And now, realizing all this scale, imagine what monsters are hiding.
That guy didn't even have a fucking backpack.
Inside this horrible darkness. Hey guys, I'm Top Cat and it's 5 underground monsters caught on camera.
Top 5? Oh, I thought he said top 500. He said top 5 underground.
No.
It was made for me. It's the hole. The hole is made for me. It's my hole.
Number 1. A rather frightening video was found in one of the caves in Mexico. There we see that the man was interested in his finding. Something very like a shell of an egg, but a very large egg. After crumbling the shells and filming it, the guy was ready to leave, but suddenly something terrible appeared.
I hate caves so much as well. All my homies hate caves.
In the light of the flashlight.
Bro, that's the fucking devil from Hellraiser. That's the devil from Hellraiser, dude. This is exactly like the Irwin Saunders video. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Phenomenal.
Of course, the quality of the lighting doesn't give us a clear picture.
It's just a goat.
Still, considering the facts, we can assume that it was a dragon.
I've seen the giant New Zealand eels. They're kind of cute. Yeah, I love them. Tim talks about them all the time. They're like it's like there's like I don't want to get this wrong. I'm going to ask him about it, but it's like, I feel like it's a good omen in Maori tradition and stuff. Giant eels, New Zealand. It's just like it's just like a dragon, that thing. Is it these things? Huge eels. Is it these fellas? It's these fellas, isn't it? Look at them all.
That duck's only got one flipper.
Eh?
Only got one flipper.
Oh, yeah. The eel must have got him.
We just saw a dragon. How is no one amazed right now? It's a real dragon. Look at these eel fellas. Water puppies. These are cute. These are actually cute. Fish snacks. Oh. This kind of shit sends my imagination into overdrive. I'm not comfortable right now. Yo, I'm sorry to hear that, Butter. Like, you know, be kind to yourself, innit? Like, don't stay here if it's making you feel uncomfortable or anything. It's the funny fish.
They allowed the guy to escape. As for me, I think that the kid managed to make a wall of fresh bricks, block the dragon's path, and got away. Number 2. This frightening event happened only recently, in 2016.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think my comments are unnecessary. The operator perfectly conveyed the atmosphere of the moment.
Okay.
Ну, неспокойно, как бы вот еще солнце не зашло, а как-то мрачно, очень мрачно. Еще и в колодце что-то шипит. Может, ужик?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that looks kind of creepy, actually. I like that one. That one's really good.
Many commented this video like, "This is your reflection. So, it's a well. What could be there? Do you remember the well of Pennywise?"
It's just a well. What could be down a well? Well, do you remember Pennywise? The very real Pennywise.
And the side passage in it lead into an intricate system of tunnels. What if it wasn't a visual illusion or a Photoshop? And this I'm certainly sure. What if this really was some terrible underground monster previously unknown to science? Number 3. A group of teenagers who had
the documentary film It, yeah,
decided to explore the underground tunnels of their hometown witnessed a truly inexplicable thing.
Let's go, I'm ready.
In a narrow and dark tunnel, the guys
Hey DJ, what's going on?
And turned the camera on. Just a second later, some strange creature raced on them.
That's just another guy. That's just one of their friends that they left outside.
Yes, it could be a dog or other animal, but if you look the video, you notice how very strange this creature moves.
It's just a guy.
Its moves are sharp. It stands on the back legs and covered with thick fur. What?
How do you know it's covered in thick fur? You can't see anything, dude.
Could it be? Honestly, I have no clue. If you have your own thoughts, I'll be glad if you share them in the comments below. By the way, the kids got away, so don't worry.
I'm genuinely surprised that they escaped just that one of their friends, you know? I love these ones every time. They're like, yeah, sure, it could be a dog, it could be a weird wild animal, but what if it was a goblin? You know? Fucking so funny. Hey Transgender, how you doing? Yeah, Goblin search, fucking going perfect as always. As always.
Number 4. This really strange and very sad case occurred in the cave system of Mamontov, USA.
Why is
Just
it sad?
think about it. Its length is 400 miles. Guys, this is really a lot. The main character of those events is Stan, a great lover
The main character? You mean the guy?
of hikes and caves. But this adventure changed his life forever. The fact is that the part of the cave where Stan and his faithful dog Lily were has a bad fame. People say that one can hear strange sounds there, and many even go crazy.
No way that they're going to include a story where like someone's dog died. No way. No, I don't want to show this. I don't want to show this. Yeah, this is definitely going to be like something about the guy's dog dying or something. I'm not. Wait, what? What the fuck? Is this the last one? Was this number 5? Did you know that goblins are cousins to orcs? So if goblins are real, then so are orcs. That's actually very upsetting. Because orcs, you know, meat's back on the menu, boys. They'll come for us. The goblins, they're probably fine with just like eating dirt and stuff, you know? I don't get it. What's this? Nah, fuck it. I'm not showing this one. I'm not showing this one. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. We're watching the Slender Man.
He's called the Slender Man. A giant. He's called the Slender Man. A giant-sized humanoid creature with thin, elongated limbs and a white sock on its head. Usually, the Slender Man is noticed in abandoned.
I thought that it wasn't that the Slender Man had a white sock on his head. It was just that like his whole head just had no features to it. I didn't think it was like a sock. I thought that was just because that's how people used to dress as him for Halloween and stuff, right?
Buildings and dense forest thickets. And his appearance always ends with kidnapping, especially children whom he takes to places where they won't be ever found again. Of course, all this would sound like fiction and nonsense if not for those people.
Yeah, that's because it is. That's because it is.
People who managed to catch the Slender Man on camera.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. That's from the movie. That's from the movie The Slender Man. Right? They did a movie about Slender Man. What the fuck? What the fuck? Did he just include a clip of someone sneezing and shitting all over the wall?
Hi, I'm Top Cat, and these are the 5 giant Slender Man. God.
I like hate this channel and love it. I don't think I've ever like simultaneously hated and loved a channel at like the same time. Like, what the fuck?
Camera. No.
I did hear about the 2 12-year-old girls who stabbed their friend as a sacrifice to Slender Man. That is super fucked up. Super messed up, yeah. It's like a legit real thing that happened, yeah.
1. The long gone 1996. On the dashcam recording, we see a car driving on a field road late in the night. After some time, something ominous appears on its way.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh, I don't like that. That's giving me shivers up and down my spine. Oh, no, it's fake as fuck. No, it's fake as fuck.
The most alarm.
420 is the date on the cam. What the fuck? No fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way, gang. That's spooky as fuck.
thing about this video is the date, 1996. And after all of us, Wikipedia and other sources know that the first mention of the Slender Man
real
in 2009.
It's real.
So, who is this really? Some unknown monster, or maybe the
No, chat, don't look behind you. It's a trick. Don't do it.
Yet has many
The trick is to not fear.
secrets that we have to solve. Number 2. Quite an eerie incident occurred in the backyard of a common American house.
Some dude on stilts,
Filming
yeah.
his little son, the father couldn't imagine that he would be able to film the Slender Man who apparently had come to take the boy.
I love this guy's commentary so much. To take the boy.
Who apparently had come to take the boy.
What do you see? No, not real Slender Man. Where?
The fucking fake ass fucking cry from the dad.
You feel it, right? I reckon it smells like a fake, huh? Write in the comments if I'm wrong.
Oh, okay. So even the guy agrees it's a fake.
Number 3. Our hiking trip started off so good until it was interrupted. It was these words the
Gamers Revenge UK. Oh man. That's going to be one of the worst YouTube channels of all time.
wrote under the original video uploaded to YouTube. In 2017, 2 teenagers went hiking in the forest.
These cat
And everything
intermissions are
went
killing
well
it.
until one of them sat down to eat banana. At that moment, they first saw the Slender Man. Naturally, the guys got the hell scared out of them and started running, not knowing the way. A few minutes later, they realized that they were lost. Wandering through the forest, they constantly felt as if they were being watched, and the tension grew.
They used that guy's fucking oh my god.
In the trees and found themselves in a bright clearing, relaxed their butts, and already believed in their salvation. But
No! No! He should be here!
It's just a guy dressed as Slender Man. That's just a guy. Yeah, why are you walking towards it? What the fuck?
the guy somehow
fucking brilliant. Oh my god. Hey Stalker, what's going on? Imagine cheating death itself and your best claim to fame is a Raid Shadowlands sponsored YouTube video on a struggling Gamergate YouTube channel. Oh, fucking funny as fuck.
miraculously
the way they put emphasis on certain words is so good.
They managed to escape, but after what they saw, one got the nasal sauce bleed.
But by his earlier definition, Slender Man is canonically just a guy dressed as Slender Man. Yeah, that's true, to be fair, yeah.
And the other threw out his pants. Number 4.
What did he say? What did he say? What they say, one got the nasal sauce bleeding and the other out of his pants? What?
Somehow miraculously managed to escape, but after what they saw, one got the nasal sauce bleeding and the other threw out his pants.
What? What?
So one got the nasal sauce bleeding and the other threw out his pants. Number 4. Another video from the backyard. Carelessly playing kids, and their dad filming it all. At some point of the video, the father moves the camera away, and the Slender Man appears before us.
There he is.
Then the camera starts to glitch, and the record.
We could probably do Goblin Bingus at this point. Oh my god, that would be so cool. Right, well, if we get to 700 quid this month, I'll make Goblin Bingus I'll make it a stretch goal, right? We'll make it a stretch goal. Is that Pim? Oh my god, hello Pim, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Ends.
Hey, little monsters. All right.
Hey, Sean and G, what's going on? It's Slenderman time.
Number 5. I'm sure many people saw YouTube videos like my collection of games for PS4, for example. A long time before it became mainstream, an American blogger was reviewing his collection of PS3 games. But what he managed to capture really...
I'm not expecting anyone to know what I'm talking about. They sound like the guy from The Wedding Planner who she's been arranged to be married to. Wait, you're on about the Adam Sandler film? The guy that Drew Barrymore's gonna marry? Is that the one that you're on about?
Sends shivers down the spine.
It's just a guy. It's just a guy. It's just a guy in the Slender Man. Oh, that's funny as fuck. Oh, that's so fucking funny.
That's it. Put your...
Wait, the movie with J-Lo? Oh, I don't know which one. I don't know which one you're on about. I've not seen that one. I'm doing good. I hope you are as well. I'm doing very well. Gang, please go show some love to Pim on YouTube. Let me just grab your YouTube. There you go. Go sub to Pim on YouTube, everyone. How are you doing today? I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing really good. We're watching Goblins. And Interstellar. All right, guy. Can't spell his name. Oh, no, I don't know who you're on about. That's fair enough. Right, okay. What have we got now? What have we got next? I've got more, yeah, let's check out fucking Erwin Saunders' channel. We got more Erwin Saunders. 5 people with unique skin, excuse me? Yeah, that one's gonna suck. 100%. 100%. Right. Right. Here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Oh, I just really want to watch. I just really want to watch, like... I want to watch this one again. I want to watch, like, the end of this one again. Where they're in the cave. I love this channel so much. It's so good.
Finding nothing is no proof of anything, is it? So, but I don't really want to go down past that.
Welcome back, Shafiq.
Before, so.
Where? There's a bat in here.
Oh, where?
That's not a real bat.
It's flying around.
Oh, is it a real bat?
So there are bats.
Oh, is it Matthew McConaughey?
Wow. He went out, I think.
Should we go down to the end again?
Yeah, okay.
It is a good vibe video.
Should I go first?
Yeah. We love the vibes in Erwin Saunders videos. We do. But they're incredibly fake.
Are you scared of bats?
I didn't fall down a well of bats or anything. It's Batman, don't worry.
Batman?
Zadakis, this is a different video, yeah.
Who's talking about? I know Batman, but... I'm going to come down...
Small bat. Tiny bat, yeah.
So I can leave that there.
Are we still looking for bones? Because I can't see any. If they're here, they're the same colour as everything else.
He's probably got lots of different entrances, so... Have you got your camera going?
Yeah, it's going now.
Okay.
Oh, there it is!
Owen.
Okay.
I love this one. I love this one so much. Oh, I fucking love it. It's so good. I love it so much. Just a little guy. It's just a little guy. Oh, fucking brilliant. Right, okay. All right. What else do we got? First sighting of a pixie. We saw that one. We saw a couple more pixie sightings as well. Morsu Pixie Temple. We've not seen this one. Pottling around. That's not a real word. Skeletons. Okay, I've got to see the skeletons one. I've got to see the skeletons one. Because ever since we discovered this guy's channel, I was like, what do you mean skeletons? What do you think, gang? What do you think, gang? Do you think he actually saw, like, skeletons, like, you know, Dark Souls skeletons? Or do you think he's found, like, skeletons of pixies or some shit?
So it's sunny today.
What do you think it's going to be?
But it's also very cold. That's why I'm wearing this jacket. Although stomping through the woods soon gets you very warm.
You've heard your grandfather say it? Oh, okay. Well, maybe it is a word then.
I'm going to go down to the same area. But if there's nothing, no signs of anything, I think I'll just have a little wander around again. I think that's the best approach at the moment because, as I said, I don't think...
Spooky, scary skeletons? I hope so.
Anyway, I'm going to keep it brief. Let's go down there.
His lino prints are good.
See it.
Very, very good. Plastic bones are cheap online? Hell yeah. That's what's going down. I think you're right, Tajan.
So there's no signs.
Hey, Caitlin, what's going on? You think this guy's performing?
I'll just focus that back in. I've been looking all around. Oops. And there's been nothing. There has been, actually, he's probably still there. The chap.
His outfit is too whimsical. I've said this many, many times when we've been watching Erwin Saunders. This is a real guy that you will find in the UK. Like, one of my best friend's dads looks exactly like him. Like, this guy in himself is a cryptid. 100%. If you live in the UK for any amount of time, you will come across at least 10 of these dudes. At least 10 of them.
Lookout area there. He's still,
they are real.
Hanging around, but I think that's a scout that's just... His job is just to keep an eye on what I'm doing. I think I'm gonna...
Lookout area. Wait, what? Did I miss something? What do you mean lookout area? What does he mean?
There's been nothing. There has been... Actually, probably still
He reminds
there.
you of Luna's neighbour.
The chap.
You live in a small village and this is a common type of guy. 100%. Oh, fucking funny. That's funny. I was going to say, he reminds me of the guy who would come into the deli I worked at. He would just sit there all day getting refills from the soda machine. I'd let him, even though I was told to kick him out. Oh, hell yeah. I have albums by dudes like this. Perma high Bristolian. Lovely bloke, but balmy as anything. Yeah, that's right. Were you bit by one of these guys? That's why you're growing a beard? You're going to be one of these, like, little guys? Yep. I met one of them on Grindr. And he bit me, sadly. So that's what happened there, yeah.
Up on top of the lookout area there.
What do you mean lookout area? It's just a ridge.
Hanging around, but I think that's a scout that's just... His job is just to keep an eye on what I'm doing.
Was it a sexy bite? No bites are sexy to me.
I'm going to take a wander around.
I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it when people just assume that you like to be bit or some shit. And it's always fucking dudes. It's always cis dudes. You'll be like snogging them and then they'll like bite your lip. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing, man? And they're like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was sexy. And it's like, no, you fucking ask first.
As I say, I've slightly lost faith.
He looks like a friend of yours who parties fucking hard. Yeah. It's a real type of guy.
So this is a pretty typical settlement area. You can hopefully see the snail shells and bits and bobs piled up. There's little telltale signs lying around. There's down here, there's
always ask first, that's right.
This looks like
I can see my dad getting into this shit in the next few years.
section of of like a walkway that they use strung up between trees. I don't know what's doing here. Maybe they hadn't finished it. Actually, I'll just show you that. I might as well show you that. That's quite interesting. It's gum string, and which is a. So this is an example of a piece of walkway, and as
Bro, you made that yourself. What are you talking about? Come on, dude.
to say, it's also a good example of this material, which is gum string, made of wool fibres, and then bound together with this compound that they make from well, bird's feces and tree sap and various other things. It makes it very strong, and so they'd walk along there, and I'd imagine that this.
Do you know what happened, right? I know exactly what's happened here. I know exactly what's happened. He's tried to make a little pixie village. It's very cute, actually. He's tried to make a little pixie village and like put it in the woods or some shit, and he was gonna be like, yeah, this is like an abandoned pixie village. Obviously they have magic. You know, if you come across a lived-in pixie village, they'll use magic to shield it. But this one is abandoned. They've been attacked and looted, razed by the Goblin army. Actually, that's what's happened here, and you can see the remnants here, and that's where the skeletons are gonna come into it, 100%. But he couldn't like, you know. It couldn't like he couldn't be bothered to build enough of it, you know?
Was because there aren't any of these around that I've seen.
Yeah, I'm the same about being scratched as well, Cynthia.
Be,
yeah,
yeah,
I hate that shit.
Although I'll go out of focus as I go.
The Blair Witch is going to show up. Yeah,
I should leave it. Really, could have been a project for a young Morsu learning the skills. Or something like that. Sorry, it's out of focus. I know.
Yo, thank you for the lurk, Butts. See you in a bit. Yo, gang, go follow Butts. I don't know if I've said, but go follow Butts.
I'm being watched.
Oh.
Up on the ledge.
Oh.
Let's get out the way so you can. If you can see just up there, I won't stare directly because it might make him run off.
Where?
So.
What are you on about? Where?
I thought I might try to find one of those walkways.
Where?
I know an area where there were some. That was a long time ago. They don't last.
What's he on about?
Is he still there? No. What was I saying? Oh yes, walkways. Let's let's take a wander down to the other part of the woods.
Didn't even see him.
Got lost.
He was just getting fucked off among a pile of pipe cleaners in frustration. Yeah, defo.
Way, and then I'm here now, and I don't recognise. It's been a while since I've been here, so I don't really remember where to go. Well, I don't remember this bit anyway.
Right.
There's a valley down. I'll show you on the camera. There's not that you can help me, but there's a sort of deep valley bit going down there, downwards, and all around, and I can't remember. Sorry, I'm right in front behind the tree. I can't remember where I'm meant to be going to get to the walkways. Keep hearing buzzards, which the Morsu won't like that.
Oh, the buzzards. The buzzards are their natural predators. That's what it is. Sorry, I'm just ordering food, by the way.
I'm still lost, effectively. It's quite gloomy down here. It's down in the valley, and I really don't know. Well, I don't know where to go to get to the walkways, and I don't know. I feel like I've gone such a windy track that I don't know really which way to go back either. So a bit of a grim discovery here, but fascinating nonetheless. It's a full skeleton of a deer.
It's just a deer skeleton. What am I getting? I'm getting some chicken mince burgers. They're super nice. It's just like a chicken mince patty with like jalapenos in it. Oh, it's so fucking good. My mouth's fucking watering just thinking about it. It's absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. Right, is it happening? Order confirmed. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Quite rare to find a full skeleton. I've found skulls before, but here's a...
You're a skull weirdo, you collect skulls. That's how you get haunted.
Bones, and then there's the spinal column going down there. All the ribs and scapula and things have all been pulled apart. So it looks like they've been scavenged. Wouldn't have been by the Morsu. They would have taken these bones. Bones like this are prized possessions for them. They use them for decorating around the cave. So probably just a fox, I'd imagine. Interesting though, nonetheless.
Okay.
Just found another skull. Single one this time, and it's quite clean and looks like it's been out bleached in the sun for a while. So I'm going to take that. The Morsu will be very pleased with that. And just need to put it in my bag. I don't really want to just put it straight in, so I was thinking I might put it inside my packet of flying saucers.
Moving bones is bad vibes, yeah. Don't be doing it. That's how you get haunted. What if you get haunted by friendly ghosts? That'd be fun. Okay, that's true.
Take them out first, obviously. I wouldn't want to eat them after.
I should eat, but my ED mind is taking over for me today.
But,
Oh, be kind to yourself to kill a lizard, you know? You go with what your body feels like, you know?
Yeah, muntjac deer skull.
And don't beat yourself up for it. That's the most important thing.
Pleased to find two in one day. I'm starting to think that getting lost wasn't such a bad idea after all. So I'm still lost, still boiling hot. But I just found something which I cannot believe the coincidence of finding this on the same day that I've just been talking about how delighted I was to find two deer skeletons, and I find a full skeleton of a fox. And this is the reason why I know the Morsu aren't around, because even that tooth there would be enormously valuable to them. That's the sort.
This is so weird. No way has he just found these bones. This is actually cooler than the CGI pixies.
Sort of thing that only a shame.
What's weirder for someone to have in their house, a cat skull or a human skull? A cat skull for sure. No, a human skull is weirder. A cat skull is less weird. Because, like, I don't know. That's a loaded question. Yeah, there's some clean as fuck bones. Yeah, nothing on them.
Or a tribal leader would have, and to have a full skull, let alone a full skeleton. I don't know why this is...
That's true. The human could have given consent for you to keep their skull. That's a very good point, Sean and G, yeah. Equally weird, yeah.
This is all happening around here, and...
Cat is less weird to you?
Very tempted to take that, but unfortunately I don't have enough baby wipes to...
It would be cool if there were fairy influencers that follow guys like him around the forest for content. That's definitely what happens.
Loan bags to carry it all in,
yeah.
But it doesn't help that I'm lost, so I don't know if I'll be able to find my way back, so I have to decide what to do.
Depends how you got the skull. That's very true.
It's too much walking for one day. Boiling. Anyway,
Yo, thank you so much for hanging out, Pim. Appreciate you. Gang, please go and show some love to Pim's crypt.
On the edge of the wood. I'm not quite sure where I am, but I'll follow it round. And
from where do people even get human skulls? Dead humans.
Quite relieved to get out. But I'm glad that I did get lost because of those skeletons, and I hope I can find my way back to the
Fairy Instagram. It's Instafairy, that's right.
I really wish I'd taken that now. I should have just... Well, anyway.
Well, this video sucked. This one absolutely sucked. What else do we got? I got rumbled. This one was a month ago. He's still making content like a month ago. That's crazy. Where's he gone? Wait, when was the last video he did? 5 days ago. 5 days ago? He made a video 5 days ago? What?
Right. Hello again.
This is hot off the press. Erwin Saunders fucking content.
So I'm back here in the same woods with the Scalver tribe up in that direction.
This man has a Kofi.
Trying to approach the shaman tree, but I don't want them to get upset.
An active content creator, yeah.
With,
well, no, because I thought he wasn't. We like discovered him like last week, and I thought the last video he did was like ages ago, but I guess I just didn't look at the videos properly.
I can't really camouflage myself. They'll see right through that. And if I just put on a disguise, they'd still be able to tell.
I'm so fucking hyped for this, gang. Holy
walking,
shit.
Especially if I'm with Tom. So the solution that if you come in, that we've come up with, is this. Tom calls this the TARDIS.
No,
and it's.
I said it was the opposite of TARDIS.
Yeah, if you go back in. Yeah, you stay, and then, right, and I'll just get the camera. Where are you going? No, you stay there, and I'll just.
Oh, this is great. This is just like additional content, additional comedy content. Fucking brilliant.
I'm going to bring the camera up to the. Now, I was looking at some wildlife hides online, but this does the same job, and it's.
Monty Python.
It's a portable toilet.
Goblin TARDIS.
The idea was originally for Tom to.
He did a fucking thingy. He did a concept. He did a pre-production concept drawing. Yeah, man. There's no way that pixies are gonna clock that like very obvious rectangular cuboid looking ass fucking tent.
Travel in this, and I'd be somewhat behind, staying way back, and we'd communicate.
Look at him there. Look at him there with the walkie-talkie. This is so good. This is the best fucking shit I've ever seen.
Via walkie-talkies. Unfortunately, the ones that I bought aren't the best range, so.
Tell them where you got these.
They're charity shop ones. So not,
He's got fucking frozen walkie-talkie.
They only last about, well, they're about 20 yards range. So now
Rapunzel on mine.
Yeah, we don't need. So the idea really is to just get as close as we can, and then once we're within range, the last stretch of the journey, so we can get up to the and see what's in the actual tree, is if you show the little.
This is so good.
But apparently this little.
What is that? Is that a drone? A mini drone?
Drone is not as loud and scary as it'll probably freak them out a bit, but it's only really the way of getting it high enough so we can see.
He fucking dropped it.
Where it's.
Look at the additional text. The drone has a tiny camera on it. No way, dude. No. I thought it was just a flying thing.
You can see.
Oh, this is so good. Holy fucking shit, man.
Right.
Did he fall over?
Figure out a way of stabilising this because.
Dude, you don't need to get around in the tent. Oh, are they both in it? They're both in it. They're actually both in the tent. They're definitely together. They're definitely together.
Just slowly making.
They are absolutely a couple.
So, yeah, Tom's navigating through the peephole. Can you see it on the?
The pixies will never spot them like this. They'll never spot them like this.
So we're looking down at the ground. You can see there's.
This is either low-key or unintentional genius comedy. This is so good. It's so good.
Tools which come up as a bit of a surprise.
They're having a blast.
Just get it back on. I also have to hold this up, so it's not.
This is their dates. This is their dates. Yeah.
To get the blood back into my arm. But we are making progress.
Oh yeah, he wants to get the blood back into his arm.
The interesting thing about walking through here is that the furniture inside the
That's what those herbal pills are for.
The tent keeps changing as you go. So I found a nice little mossy stool to sit on, have a bit of a break. We're taking turns to whenever we find something nice to sit on.
Bro, you can just like carry the tent and put it down and then wait somewhere. Like that's that's what like bird watchers do. Yeah, also Pixie's famous for not being able to hear human voices ever.
In your turn so far, though.
Yeah, well, this will be your turn in a minute. I found a couple. I was just testing out the. Tom's in a bit of a grump because of what happened to his shoes earlier on. Are they still? They're drying out a
They're
bit
mostly
now.
dry. My socks are not
Right,
dry.
so hold on, just put it back on. Actually, I don't have anything else to say.
Why didn't we see that? Why didn't we see that?
Right, Tom has just told me that he hasn't flown the drone in outside, so
Yeah, with
he's
the
only
with
done
wind.
it in his living room, and he's also concerned out this peephole's the only visibility for it, so he wants to practice it before we get to the. Should have really done that when we were back at the start. But
Yeah. But can I? But if,
come on,
can I
just
go?
get it out and get on with it then.
Oh my god, this drone is fucking trash. Oh, look at this. This is so good.
Let me just talk about it. We just had a crash on the drone. Well, it didn't crash. It just sort of flew out of range somewhere up there.
Can't afford another one.
And the
My
problem,
second one.
hold on, Tom, and it's
Can't afford a second one. I can't afford another one.
it's horrible terrain and it's not where we were going. So we've got a massive
Oh,
diversion
God.
now. How do you turn the stop off on the? How do you
On the
pause
side.
the?
Tom is so angry. He's so mad.
You alright?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what that was.
Fell on you, so I'm all right. We need to get it up.
Oh, they did. They tumbled over together. They tumbled over together.
Pause the.
Oh my god, they kissed.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they're kissing.
I fell on you, so I'm all right. We need to get it up right there.
I fell on you, so I'm alright. That's what he said.
Right. If it's not on my
This is absolutely a Tim and Eric sketch, yeah.
Turn over. Right, you come back this way, then. Yeah.
Is that thing? Look at that. This big.
It took 45 minutes to retrieve that. No, dude. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. It, like, flew 25 yards. It flew 25 fucking yards away, dude. It didn't take 45 minutes. Come on.
Right, new problem. Tom's got
Yeah, that was just an excuse for them to fuck. That's all it was.
to. Well, he needs
No.
to. No, hold
Don't
on.
say- don't
I was
say
going to
things.
just say that you need to use this for its intended purpose. So he's not going to want me in there while that's going on. We've got to try and find somewhere for the light, because I'll have to hide while I get out of here because
There's a
we're
bit
in
up
their
there.
territory bit. Look.
There.
Britback Mountain. It's Britback Mountain.
Right, how long have we got?
They had to stay in character in the tent. That's right.
I can hear you even without the walkie-talkie.
Dude, you're more fucking hidden. You're more fucking hidden than the guy in the fucking tent.
Over.
He's like inside a tree.
I think so. Can I go now? Over.
Phenomenal. Bro, come on. Yeah, I'm not gay. I'm hunting goblins. Yeah, that's what it is. Wait, was that one? Oh, there they are. There they are.
This isn't good. They've turned up at the worst time.
Oh, there's two of them?
Thing is, if he shuffles back over here, they'll see me. They're interested in him at the moment.
Oh shit, sorry Caitlin, my bot thought that you were posting a link. Music is a throwback to 2010 Minecraft machinimas? Yeah, 100%.
When's that over?
The walkie-talkie is so funny.
When the foxes come, do you mean at night? Over. Owen, over.
Oh my god, are the pixies gonna attack the tent, do we think?
I'm hoping they'll just get bored with him eventually.
Yeah, they're gonna attack the tent. I can't wait. I can't wait.
I've no idea what I'm supposed to be doing.
They've got him. They've got him. Tom's fucked. Tom's absolutely fucked. Blood for the pixie gods. Oh, come on, dude. This is so obviously, like, completely obviously CGI, like.
They're throwing... They're throwing things at the tent.
I knew it! I knew it! Rest in piss, Tom.
I don't know why he's moving around like that. It's just gonna... wiggling around's gonna make it worse.
Considerably later. It does look better in the older videos. Eventually they left. Oh, I got attacked by pixies. These are the best videos, by the way. Unironically, they are. No more irony. No more irony. Oh my god, he's the Slenderman! Oh my god, we got a Slenderman spotting and a pixie spotting in the same video. I can't believe it.
For quite a long time, so I might just go.
Pour one out for Tom. That's right.
I'm gonna go. I can't stand here anymore.
Why has he got like a shovel? Why has he got like a children's shovel in his fucking thing? They probably have a really good relationship. Yeah, I hope so. Bro, why are you coming in?
Yeah.
Sat down in the same place.
I can't with this guy, man. I can't cope.
Well, that was interesting.
Tom, I thought I'd lost you.
Ooh, is that your spade?
Yeah, your charity shop spade. Another charity shop thing.
Yeah, right.
Oh, fucking funny as fuck. Between this and the train guy from the other week, the non-British are getting a real taste of real Britain. That's true. That's true. Why? Why are you doing this? I can't cope. I can't cope. It's so good.
Right, Tom just reminded me that we need to
Oh my
do
god.
an outro, as he calls it. So I've got my little bell here. We need to
Britain is so weird. It's a made-up country. Completely made
If they
up.
go away when it gets dark, why don't we just come back sometime when it's dark to the tree?
Well, yeah, we could do. But anyway, there's that's to remind you to click on the subscribe, the notification thing. We've got to get out of here because we can't be able to see where we're going. So, cheerio. See you soon. Bye bye.
You remember the bell this time? He did. He did. Oh my god, Becca, hello. How are you doing? Please go show some love to Becca Beckery. She's an absolutely phenomenal streamer in the Rage Club with us. Oh god, you've turned up at the best time. I'm gonna watch another one of these. These videos are so good.
Well, hello again. So I'm just in the same woods as I will be for the, well, I don't know, I might. If it doesn't yield anything, I might try something else, but I'm not going to try and approach the shaman tree today. In case you haven't watched any of the videos, I'm with a tribe of pixies called the Scalvers, and they live sort of that way in this woods.
Oh yeah.
And
we've not seen that. Doing wonderful, thank you. Been drinking some CBD cola, anxiety free right now, which is very nice. Fuck yeah, let's go. I'm doing great, thank you. Incredibly easy to spend hours on Goblin content. Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy that we discovered the Goblin guy. Yeah. Ringing an actual bell to remind people to hit the bell is genius marketing. 100%. If they're not a couple, Tom best get well paid. Yeah, I hope so.
the shaman of the tribe lives in a tree, and that's what I'm trying to approach.
Oh, me fucking right. Listen, chat. Me fucking burgers are here. You gotta tell me what happens. See you in a sec.
I don't want them falling out with me and thinking I'm some sort of evil, demon or something. So they don't like you approaching the shaman. So I won't be doing that today anyway. Just going to go up there and see what I can see. So it's late in the day. I'm going to crack on. So I'm inside, I think I'm inside their territory. Now I've been walking far enough, so I've been doing the and the louder sounds, trying to attract them, that's why. So I want to get them used to me, not so I can go barge past them to the shaman tree. I just want to, it's always good to form good relations with them. And they seemed friendly last time, so anyway, I'll carry on up here. Now this is a good example of what's known as tree quarrying. Quarrying is, rock quarrying is obviously quite different, but essentially it's the same thing. But here we're looking for bits of flakes of tree. Now when the tree starts to rot, there's a stage, this has probably gone too far now, but they've taken what they need from here. These make perfect little tiles. They're dried out in the sun and coated to stop the rot and make them waterproof. And they'll gather these. They're quite easy to take off, little chunks. Just pick it. I mean, they're very loose. They're not normally as loose as this when they're, this has gone probably too far down the rotting stage. But tree quarrying. So yeah, used for building material. I was trying to see if there was any signs of, there are some, nutshells around, things like that, but there's nothing obvious. But it's within their territory, so certainly they would have spotted this, and it looks like it's been, a lot's been taken off, so yeah. So I should have really come out earlier on, because it's starting to get towards the end of the day, and in the winter you don't get as long. I much prefer doing this in the summer because you can keep going until, in the evening. So, but I haven't seen anything significant. I don't know if I'm in, just stay there. There's trees in the branches in the way. I'll keep going, hopefully find one of them. I'll keep doing my calls.
What happened? What did I miss?
Right, I don't know if you can see that little hole there. I don't want to make too much.
Does he know the language? He might be saying slurs. Oh no!
Have underground networks where he could escape, but if he's trapped in there...
Have we seen a goblin? The tree quarrying gave me a headache. What's the tree quarrying? What is that? What? Oh my god. What, like here? Is he trying to say that they make quarries out of trees?
Tree quarrying. Quarrying is, you know, rock quarrying is obviously quite different, but essentially it's the same thing. But here we're looking for bits of flakes of tree. Now when the tree starts to rot, there's a stage, this has probably gone too far now, but they've taken what they need from here. These make perfectly...
Hell yeah! What's going on, Chloe? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, you cheeky little bean. How are you doing, Chloe? How was your stream? Gang, please go and show some love to Chloe. Fate is a phenomenal streamer, a good friend of mine. What have you been up to? What have you been doing? What's going on? You still on that Mass Effect? Ass Effect? You did a cooking stream today, didn't you? How did your red beans and rice go? Fuck yeah. Thank you, Raiders, for turning the frogs gay. Gang, if you're coming in from Chloe's stream and you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I am a leftist political streamer. I also do Soulsborne content, like speedruns and stuff like that. Today, we're doing a React Andy stream. We're watching a goblin guy. He's hunting goblins. He's hunting pixies. It's the best fucking content of the entire world. That's what we're doing. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, oh my god. At the moment, this guy is talking about how pixies... quarry trees, mine the trees, you know?
Little tiles, they're dried out in the sun and coated to stop the rot and make them waterproof. And, you know, they'll gather these. They're quite easy to take off, little chunks. You know, just pick it. I mean,
they're going to start a new game tomorrow? What new game are you going to do tomorrow?
Very loose. They're not normally as loose as this when they're, you know, this has gone probably too far down the rotting stage. But, tree quarrying, so yeah, used for building material. I was trying to see if there was any signs of, I mean, there are some, you know, nutshells around.
Wouldn't it just be called timbering, like timber work, or like what do they call it, forestry? It just changes to be quarrying. It changes to be quarrying because they're small. Yeah, it is genius world building, yeah,
like that, but there's nothing obvious. But it's within their territory, so certainly they would have spotted this, and it looks like it's been, you know, a lot's been taken off, so yeah. So I should have really come out earlier on, because it's starting to get towards the end.
Oh hell yeah! Bioshock is supposed to be a really good series to play. Yeah.
End of the day, and in the winter you don't get as long. I much prefer doing this in the summer because you can keep going until, you know, in the evening. So. But
yeah, I guess it's because
I haven't seen anything.
I guess it's because of the sense of scale. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Significant. I don't know if I'm in. Just stay there. There's trees in the branches in the way. I'll keep going, hopefully find one of them. Keep doing my calls.
Yeah, he's saying slurs in pixie language, for sure. He has no idea. They're going to come to his house and kill him.
Right, I don't know if you can see that little hole there. I don't want to make too much noise because I don't want to frighten him. Sometimes these have underground networks where he can escape, but if he's trapped in there, I'll keep the camera rolling for a bit and see if he pops out.
Uh-huh. Right on time. Right on time. Oh my god. We lost the Tolkien in that guy. Imagine if he picked up a pen instead. Yeah, I know. I mean, you could argue that this is his universe. You could argue that this is his Middle Earth, you know? I don't know. Hello.
Yeah. So, okay. I think he's probably just trapped in there, so I'll let him...
There's a pixie resistance, that's right. It's like the Underground Railroad, yeah.
Again, I'm trying to forge good relations with them, so I'll turn the...
The pixie's like, you what?
It's heading to, I mean, there's still probably an hour and a half of daylight, but it's when it starts getting towards twilight.
Oh my god, you know what he did? He did the thing that I wanted. He legit did the thing that I wanted. Where is it? He legit did the thing. A goblin's literally gonna do this. Goblin's literally. He legit did the thing. He did the thing.
It's when you get badgers and things, you know, predators for them coming out, and they don't associate anything.
Imagine if Tolkien learned Maya or Blender.
Around with being a danger to them, so I don't want to be here. I should have actually. What I was thinking is
Called
I should
it.
have brought some
Absolutely
peanuts along,
called it. Spot
because
on.
they're relatively healthy for them, and they like them. Not as much as flying saucers, but they're a lot better for them. So I might do that next time I come along, if I remember to. Always good to forge. You know, they remember faces, so that's it's always worth forging good. You know, good fond memories
Oh,
of me.
fuck yeah, that's so
it makes
good.
it
I
easier for
love
me
that.
to get closer when I want to, you know, see settlements and things like that. It takes a while to build up the trust. So, you probably noticed that it's a different day. It's morning now. I haven't been here all night. In fact, it's 12 days later from the last video, and I've had COVID in the interim, which was not fun. But it was all right.
How's he getting COVID? How's he getting COVID? No, like Tom gave him COVID. Tom went to a rave. That's what happened. Tom went to a rave. He went into town. He went to a rave. You know, he went to like Homo Block or something, and he came back and he gave poor Erwin COVID. You piece of shit, Tom.
I wasn't too ill from it. I'm getting better. Well, I am better, but I've still got a cough. I'm not positive anymore about it. I mean, I'm positive
Thank you for the
about
follow.
the fact that I'm getting better. I'm not.
The goblin wasn't wearing a mask. Exactly. Goblins, huge vectors of disease. That's correct.
You know, the test is negative. Anyway, you know what I mean. I'm going to carry on because I don't want to keep...
Hey, Essence, what's going on?
The video is halfway through a video, I remember. This isn't an intro, so... Right.
What happened? Did he just get up and leave? What the fuck? What?
The video is halfway through a video, I remember. This isn't an intro, so... Right.
Gobacron, new variant, that's right.
So I'm back at the spot. I first saw them where this flying... Well, they fixed it as well. They fixed up their little...
Imagine goblins just carry the Black Plague and they're immune to it. That's right.
Also, which I think is a lure.
I do have a Discord. Get involved.
Or they're asking for more flying saucers from me. Well, I haven't got any, but I did bring some nuts this time. I think I might have mentioned that in the last video. Well, it'll be in this video. Bought some, but unfortunately, I couldn't find plain nuts, so I've only got dry roasted. I don't know if they'll recognise those. Anyway, I'll wait here and see, because this is where they turned up last time. I don't want to touch that in case it pops off again. Can't see them at the moment. Right, well, I'm well within their territory. That COVID thing has really quite taken it out of me.
Hey, Harley Quinn, we're watching the Goblin guy. We're watching the Goblin guy.
So I'm negative now, so I'm not contagious. Tom was asking if they can catch you. I have no idea, but I'm not contagious now anyway. So, so anyway, I'm gonna put my nuts down and see if that attracts them. The drying.
He's putting his nuts down.
Ones.
This guy's filth.
If that attracts the. They can smell things like that. They're very sensitive in smelling things. So I need a bit of a break as well. So I'm not keen on this walking around today.
The camera quality is exceptionally good, which is why it's so obvious that he uses CGI.
I've backtracked a bit because I saw one behind me and I was expecting it to be further up there, but I saw one come from behind, so I'm just keeping my eyes peeled. I should actually keep the camera with me because, well, I think it's quite a good area around here.
Contaminating pixies is a point in the video. Yeah, very important to remember.
So
very
I'll
important.
Get the, nuts out and I'll settle down somewhere around here. Right, so I've got some nuts. That's unfortunately dry roasted is all they had in the petrol station. So I think they'll be all right. I mean, they're still
dry roasted peanuts. That's what they love. Pixies, they love it.
I mean, they smell all right. They smell just like.
Can someone help me out with a video link? Oh hell yeah! Are you kidding? Hell yeah! Everybody needs to go subscribe to this guy. Wait, I put the subs in front of it. There you go. He's got the KP petrol station nuts. That's right. That's right.
Nuts. So I'll put the
health mukbang.
Stay here, and I'll put them. I'll put them all around.
I can't wait for
I'll
the
put
elf
them sort of
mukbang
mainly
video.
up and
Let's go.
They'll be able to spot
Let's
things.
go.
Remember, for a pixie, they're about the size of a mango. Each, no, not probably that big, but I mean, you know, they're a handful. They're not small. So I'll get the camera down here, and then I'll.
You're just gonna leave the packet of nuts.
Put them. So I'm just gonna.
This guy's whole aesthetic is so reminiscent of my grandfather. It's
mounds,
insane. He is the type of guy. He is the type of guy.
And they're quite bright, so hopefully they'll spot those, and also I can smell it from here. So
please.
Hopefully that'll.
You can't, dude. You can't smell that peanut from there. You can't do that, dude. Oh my god, he's just putting nuts everywhere for a fairy, for a pixie. That fucking cut. Why did he just cut the music? Why did he not like fade it out?
I'm eating some. Because,
what?
There's a stronger smell coming out from my breath than just leaving them on the. Should I put
hey
some
Vod,
on?
how you doing?
No, I didn't. Also, I'm hungry, so I'm just going to wait now.
Now I want some peanuts. Fucking hell.
Been doing that. I think I saw something up there, but I'm not sure. I'll get the camera out. Oh, I can see him. Yep, he's up there.
Get the camera out.
It's the same one. Hold on.
Oh, there we go. Here he is.
So I got a few shots. This I think is the first.
The scent of nuts on his breath. Yeah.
Saw.
That's what he said.
Just sort of hiding there. And this is a different one now. He seemed to be quite suspicious of them and was brushing off the. I don't think he recognised the fact of that they had, you know, the dry roasted coating. Seemed quite suspicious of.
He's putting it in his little bag.
Quite hard to
putting him in his little bag
behind that little mound. They sort of pop up and then run behind the when they're moving around. They tend to sort of go down behind the leaves. So it's quite hard to and they look quite similar. So it's quite hard to know how many there actually were. Oh, now that's a beating stick that they knock against the wood. That's what
a beating stick that they knock against the wood. Yeah, shut up, bro. Shut up, man.
Now that's a beating stick that they knock against the wood. That's what alerted me when I turned around to him. I'm just pointing the camera at me because when I'm tracking it around with them, I think they get a bit intimidated by it. So I'm sort of pointing it at me. I don't really have much to say.
I'd be suspicious of a crusty fuck running around my home, leaving nuts everywhere. Like, what the fuck? Leave the goblins alone. I know.
Just want them to show that this isn't some sort of weapon.
That looked pretty real to me. Did it actually have low FPS? I think it did, didn't it? I think that's where most of these people fall down with this shit, is that they just have like a basic misunderstanding of like frames per second and like lighting and effects on the environment and stuff, you know?
I don't know how many there.
Like, they could really probably make something very convincing if they just like spent a bit of time on it, you know?
Actually were. Oh, now that's a beating stick that they knock against the wood. That's what.
No, you know what it is? The frame per second on the Pixie is higher than it is on the camera. That's what's going on. 100%. Like, the camera's probably set to like a normal frames per second of, well, let's have a look. What is it? Is it like, yeah, I think it's just like 25 frames a second. And the fucking Pixie is at like 60 frames a second. Because most of these like models are animated in things like Blender, right? And when you're animating things with video games, the frame rate is way up there 9 times out of 10, innit?
Me when I turned around to him. I'm just pointing the camera at me because when I'm tracking it around with them, I think they're
maybe the Pixies just look like that. That's what it is.
Sort of,
that's what it is. You're right. You're right.
Say, but I just want them to show that this isn't some sort of weapon.
Goblin's actually more real than real life. That's right.
I'll just try and get.
All right, Shafiq. Thank you for being here, lovely. See you soon. Yeah, no night, Shafiq. Have a lovely night. It's just magic. They got more frames per second IRL. That's what it is, yeah.
I think this was the chap with the beating stick, although I can't see the stick in this shot. So he might have put it down somewhere. But it was the same area. And
also, I think some of the plants have been put in there as well. Like that plant.
Somewhere.
That one plant there doesn't look like it's actually part of the environment. That looks like a made-up plant. That one right there. The one that the Pixie's like hiding behind. You see?
But it was the same area.
It just looks like a bit different to the rest of the place.
So he might have put it down somewhere. But it was the same area.
Maybe I'm wrong.
And,
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure there weren't any nuts on this bit, so I don't know what he's...
It'd save a lot on rotoscoping, right, exactly.
So it only just occurred to me that they're not wearing their winter furs anymore. I mean, it is warm today, but they normally... They'd have
magic
them until,
plant.
well, it is spring, I suppose, isn't it? Yeah, just about. But it seems to be getting earlier in the year. I mean, it's freakishly warm today.
Chat, do we never see him without his hat on because it's a wig? Or because he's balding?
Which is nice, I like it. But haven't seen them for a few minutes, so I'll stick around and see.
He had his hat off? Wait, when? When did he have his hat off?
Right.
Does the Red Planet crew have a general Discord or Reddit or something equivalent? Our Discord is basically Sophie's Discord. If you want to join it, you could jump in my Discord and then I can give you the link to get in there. But you only have access to like the Red Planet section because Sophie's Discord is like her Patreon Discord, yeah.
Not sure how many there were. I am interested as to why they've...
The relevant question is, do the Pixies have a deep state?
If they put their furs back on again if it gets cold, because...
Did we ever see Gandalf without his hat? Yeah, multiple times.
Normally it's just a seasonal thing.
Especially when he's fighting.
I'm not going to stick around in case they think it's some sort of trap. They haven't taken that many of them. They'll probably come back with their little back baskets and fill them up because they obviously can't carry that many in their hands, and they weren't expecting that. So,
Mule, I'm gonna say words at you. Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. I have no further context. What?
Yeah, so that's what I like and some, still don't like doing all of that, but let's see. Ring the notification thing is, I don't really explain that very well. There's a notification. You have to ring. They have to click the bell button because otherwise it won't tell you when I made a new video. People know how YouTube works anyway, so Right, I'm going to hopefully, leave with some, having scored a few gold stars in their minds. And hopefully they'll realise that it's just a gift, it's not a trap. So, cheerio, I'm off now.
Wait, what? As the name suggests, it's a giant flesh tunnel opening through the Earth's epidermis. Wait, what? You are trying to ADHD bait me. One Redditor's colossal feat of world building. What am I looking at? What the fuck is this?
Continue.
Your encounter with the Mystery Flesh Pit National Park begins in the Permian Basin desert of West Texas. Beyond the familiar surroundings of rugged brush and broad plains is a gateway into another world. Away from sunlight, away from the still ground, away from the comfort of the surface world lies the sublime wonder and the terror of the Mystery Flesh Pit. What is this? Equipment staging platform, descent gantry, new cochlear growth, that's like an ear. It's gotta be a fucking SCP thing, ain't it? Dilation anchor. They got dilation anchors in case the orifice gets too big. This is so weird. This is so weird. Trunk passage. Fucking brilliant. Alright, okay. Well. Lodging and dining options. You can stay at the award-winning Marriott Hotel when you go to the Flesh Pit. Spectacular dining views from Chili's. Oh my god, that's funny as fuck. Oh my god. Okay, well, there you go, gang. There you fucking go. We've had so much today. We've had so much. We've had a lot of content that we've gotten through. We've checked out some really good video essays. Don't forget to subscribe to Fab Socialism and Wine and Chill with Stephanie. Very cool, very cool. And of course, Erwin Saunders as well. And Top Cat. You know. Don't forget to show him some love. Okay. We're going to go on a cheeky little raid, gang. Who are we going to go and raid, eh? That's the real question. That's the real question. Who are we going to go and show some love to? Well, the answer to that is Squidpunk. We are going to go and raid Squidpunk. They are streaming The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I think my least favorite Zelda game. That's not true. That's not true. I just like to shit on it because, you know. Anyway. Squidpunk. Is that correct? Yes. Yes, that's correct. Okay, gang. Thank you so much tonight for all of the support. Thank you for the subs, the donos, the follows, the raids. Thank you just for being here in the chat and for hanging out. Don't forget to check out my new video. It just came out today. It's on the YouTube channel. And also don't forget to check out the VOD channel and subscribe to the VOD channel. As soon as I'm done catching up, uploading VODs to the VOD channel, they will not be available on twitch.tv/djmuel. They'll only be available on djmuel stream archives. So, don't forget, gang. Get following the content. Get following the social medias. I will be back tomorrow. We're doing the final stream of the week tomorrow. I will see you then. We're probably going to watch more Goblin videos. We're probably going to do it exactly the same way. I'm sorry that we didn't do any street food videos today. We'll probably do that tomorrow instead, if that's okay. Okay, gang. Thank you so much for all your support. Mwah. Love you very much. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.